Please roll. Please do something. You've two-handed me again. I forgot how bad you were with this bullshit. I remember battling the client way more than the mobs. Oh my god. I forgot how scandalously fucking bad your fucking idiot keybinds are on PC. Jesus Christ, get a clue. You don't even speak my language, so what, I mean...
They become a little bit more nasty, and Marco remains polite and friendly. One of the other men is this guy, Kevin Clark, who looks awesome. And then the other fella, I couldn't find his last name, and his name's Adam. He looks like he likes being tickled a lot. How do you look this disheveled? They're just tortured geniuses. When Adam and Kevin find out that they are on camera being recorded by David, they begin by saying they wish he wasn't filming them without him asking permission first. He goes back by saying that in New Zealand, you're allowed to film in public spaces.
Nice.
Kevin says that if he does this, it's not gonna happen. Come on, man. Come on, man. Be chill about it. Now, I'm under the impression that this trip they're taking down to New Zealand is in regard to the litigation being filed against David, so I don't think it was supposed to be a good time for, like, vacation or anything like that. They're just trying to silence the press. They're in their weird business. And New Zealand's kind of known for that. So the two angry chumps, Kevin and Adam, storm off, and Marco remains very good. He's still very composed.
What?
I love Marco.
Come on, man! I rolled. And you were like, no, you were taking iframe hits. It killed me.
Entourage from Jane O'Brien requests that David not record their meetings and that cameras be left behind. David records the audio of one meeting and then records another conversation with Kevin using a hidden camera and a coffee cup.
I quickly make this covert piece of technology. A camera and a coffee cup.
Now, the content of these meetings is very interesting and almost as bizarre as you might expect. These people, they don't want to be a part of the documentary because it's bad for the company. They also state that they don't like it because they can't control the spin on the documentary, but they would love to see him take it in a positive direction, which is really interesting. So it's like they're willing to communicate or something. And I would go out on a limb and say that responding with a message like this to someone who inquires about
What?
it's probably not a way to...
What? Get the fucking shit out! What? What? Get my hands right! Get my hands right, piece of shit developer! Get your fucking shit together! Get your shit together, developer! What's your fucking problem? Go, you piece of shit developer! Watching you run slipshot over all the controls is insane! Watching you piece of shit developer through this and your keybinds are just... What?
Those remarks. So Marco, he's off. And even more bizarre, the three men in the meeting who are not David or Joe, Shane, the person who owns the media company, or Debbie, the woman who
No.
David evil shit. They're even extremely bizarre. Who the fuck are these people? At 14 minutes and 10 seconds into the documentary, Kevin makes some threats.
What? Come on, man! I can't even move! Can't move!
Anymore, but they've got other methods.
Nope.
But they don't have to, and that's the thing.
Very strange, very weird way to threaten somebody when you're talking about. Come on, David at this point, being afraid, just thinking about dropping.
What? Get the second claw! Get it out! Get the second claw out! Oh, I hate your fucking UI so much! I hate it so much! Why did you poison this beautiful game with it, you piece of shit fucking triple-anus cock-sucking developer? Fighting the client so much worse than the mob! Fighting the client so much worse than the mob! So much worse than the mob! No happiness, no sense of accomplishment, nothing. I'm just glad the rape session with your terrible keybinds and your fuck-ups as a developer are fucking over.
A bold move, in all honesty. And they reached out to a bunch of former participants in the tickling videos and finally got an interview with a fella named TJ. This guy had been negatively impacted by Jane O'Brien following his participation. No wife beaters, TJ. Don't you remember? First and foremost, TJ says he didn't know he was going to be tied down. Secondly, he didn't know it was going to be all guys either. So when he got there, he was surprised, but he just decided to go along with it because he needed the money due to tough times. TJ
Let's see if there's any mobs that aren't the size of mini malls. Let's see. Kind of don't think there is any mobs that aren't the size of a mini mall. Let's see.
How they respond to tickling questions, general tickling-related inquiries. Stuff like that, you know, normal stuff. TJ's interview got out, like I said.
When you are asked, are you ticklish, how do you normally respond and why? Normally I say, no, I'm not ticklish.
TJ's interview was posted to YouTube, and when he tried emailing Jane to take the video down, he did not receive a response and filed a complaint with YouTube and had the video taken down for his own privacy or whatever. This is when Debbie Kuhn, the person emailing David angry shit, would also email TJ, threatening him and his family. A website was even made doxing TJ's name, address, phone number, email, and more. It had every single video of him during his participation posted up on the site. Kinda weird. These ticklers seem like dicks. As a result of all this, as you might expect, TJ was called a sexual deviant, a drug addict, a P-word, a sex offender. His job was impacted. People outed him as a gay guy with a tickling and outed him as being into bondage. Now, I can see how they might think that, but I don't think that's fair. All these claims were made to TJ's superiors at his job, and it wouldn't really be that big of a deal if you built pig barns or something like that, but he was a football coach at a high school, and, you can't really say that. He needed money. You can't really do any of that stuff and then expect to live it down ever if you're a high school football coach. TJ claims to have suffered greatly from all this stuff. He lost football contracts, etc., etc., etc. Now, to the future. Dylan is somehow able to figure out where a future shoot is likely to occur. They stake it out, and they successfully get a video of Marco, Adam, and Kevin, the three men who traveled to New Zealand, entering a studio with 4 young men. Little do those guys know they're about to perform some gay fit. So they stake this out for hours, and they see guys come out, take breaks, and they even witness what looks like a pep talk between Kevin and one of the participants. Finally, David and Dylan decide to massively nut up into Chads and walk up to the place and ask to talk with any of the men there. Wild. As you'd expect, they threaten to call the cops on David and Dylan and the film crew. They close the door and lock it, which is just like, what are they hiding in there? They continuously become more and more concerned as to what might be going on behind the scenes at Jane O'Brien Media. It could be more sinister than initially led on. As a result of this line of thinking, they find Richard Ivey, a tickling and owner of MyFriendsFeet.com. This guy is more than happy to speak with them. He shares that it's popular for the same reason as other forms of bondage are popular. The ability to exert power over someone and make them do something out of their own control, even if it's something as innocuous as a laugh. David and Richard even maintain what seems to be a bit of a friendship. They Zoom each other back in 2020, 4 years after the film was released.
What? Oh! God, get off him! Get off! Get off!
Interesting stuff. If you juxtapose Richard and what he's got going on with Jane O'Brien and the
get out of it!
denial of the true nature of what's going on, it becomes bizarre and weird and disturbing. It's like, what are you hiding? What are you going to such extreme measures to shut this down for, man? Who cares if it's adult oriented? Who cares? By the way, Richard's down in Orlando, and I got a couple team members down there. I'm gonna send them down and see what they think. They don't know it yet, but if we get 100,000 likes, I'm gonna be get tickled. Just kidding. They're scared. Following this from Richard, the boys
Get out!
learned
Get out!
a woman named Terry DeSisto, aka Terry Tickle.
Please
Terry
go,
Tickle was
go,
one of the very first people back
go,
in the 90s to
go.
recruit talent for tickling videos, as well as
Come on, man.
frequently collect and catalog tickling
Get out of it! No,
watch and see. So in
no,
spite of the cool
no!
supervillain name Terry Tickle, she would at one point become
on, man.
a gigantic reach, distributing
Go.
the tickling videos that she gathered against the agreement
God damn it, you're
between her
annoying.
and the tickling talent who starred in the videos. She even used manipulative tactics against them, such as threatening to tell their families about the existence of the videos, as well as antagonizing them if they further tried to protest, which is pretty funny, to be honest. Imagine that being held over your head at Tickle video. Weird. Would have never expected. This behavior sounds kind of similar. Is Terry Tickle Jane O'Brien? I don't know. They both seem to love tickling, and they're both women, and they both are weird about it. Jane would pay the young men nearly $2,000 for their tickling videos. It turns out Terry would do some of the same stuff to recruit meat for the content. An example of a guy whose life was ruined is a fellow named David Starr, who luckily appears in the documentary. So knew David Starr had a brother who had died named Edward, and weekly Terry would send mail to David's family calling David a star and antagonizing the fact that Edward had passed away, saying that, don't you wish it was David instead, because he's weird? Mrs. Tickle also committed DDoS attacks and email blasted the White House, but tried to make it look like a victim of her terror. And this is all if you denied her continuing your Tickle videos. Very bizarre. This is where shit really starts to get extremely interesting. Okay, guys, I had to say the F word twice because it gets cool here. Somehow, some way, somebody got a hold of the contents of Terry's hard drive, like the internet memes. And when a student that she was pressuring didn't want to be under her thumb any longer, posted
Look how beautiful it
online
is.
asking for
Yeah. I got through, bitch. Yeah. New grace.
that if you send it to
Progress
her,
on a new game plus.
within the file where the true
New game
identity
plus is so hard.
of Terry Tickler. That is David P. Diamato, assistant principal at a high school. The Terry Tickler smoking gun had been delivered. David was exposed as Terry DeSisto back in 2001, and he committed identity theft to make Terry an actual real person by getting her a social security number. And when all this information had been turned over to the FBI, he went to court, but he unfortunately got off very lightly. He got off very lightly, dude. He was only given 6 months, and he was allowed to serve at a halfway house so he could pursue furthering education and deal with health issues. And after he got out of his serving, he had a 1-year supervised probation for internet access, because he's a bastard online. You give that guy internet access, and he turns into a rapscallion. Now, to circle back to what I said about him being placed in a halfway house and being allowed to pursue his education, he's pursuing a law degree, and he was doing so with an endorsement from the judge that sentenced him, and that is at the school that his father graduated from. His father, by the way, had a law firm, D'Amato and Lynch, and it provided David the attorneys he needed to get off very lightly. They have really bad reviews, which I feel like most attorneys have really bad reviews. It's tough out there. You know, you get one loss, one bad case, and it's all over in terms of your public PR. What the? It's nonsense. So when our boys, David and Dylan, began to speculate online
That was surprisingly
David
deep what he
Diamato
said.
was actually Jane O'Brien Media. By the way, we'll call David Diamato from now on. Too many Davids in this story. Mr. Diamato responded by hiring 2 private investigative firms, one in New York and one in New Zealand, as well as a lawyer in New Zealand to help kind of keep tabs on what the boys were doing, okay? Because just in case you didn't know, Terry DeSisto became inactive in 2006, shortly before Jane O'Brien began, and both are Tickle masters. Very odd. The entire time that all this is going on, David and Dylan have a Patreon page where they help fund the production of their documentary, and they provided updates to their patron, including dubbing Diamato as the Tickle King during this time. And they shared part of the Tickle King story to those guys, and the part specifically talking about his arrest back in 2001 that we mentioned. They also had a website called tickleking.com. I don't know if it was like, it had his face on it or whatever, but they posted similar shit on there. And we know this because David shared a cease and desist letter that he had received on behalf of David Diamato, Mr. Terry. In the cease and desist letter, Chris Patterson shares that Mr. Diamato denies being the Tickle King and has no connection with Jane O'Brien in an extremely based and expected pilled response. He even says that Jane O'Brien is publicly dissociated from Diamato. How? What the f does that even mean? Hey man, game recognized game. Ticklers protect their own. How convenient. They also go on to say they want David and Dylan to remove their posts indicating D'Amato to be the one and only Tickle King and to post an apology. And they took the liberty of writing the apology up for them, which is awesome. I refer to recent postings inferring David P. Diamato to be the Tickle King and associated with Jane O'Brien Media. I entirely retract those statements and unreservedly apologize to David P. Diamato for Training hurt, disruption, and damage to his reputation as a result of those postings. That's awesome, dude. Just the old apology video. Yeah, a couple inhales, we got the damn shit done, bud. Shit. Our boys did not retract their statements or apologize, and they continued on with the documentary, continued on investigating, and continued on making more and more headway into this tickle iceberg. Then suddenly, David and Dylan get a voicemail from a guy named Jordan saying that he and other participants in Michigan are getting threats from Jane O'Brien not to speak with anyone involved in the documentary. Not just threats, death threats. Death threats.
Private phone calls come in, we'll kill you.
Then this guy turns out to be a recruiter for ticklers and is responsible for auditioning people in his area. How do they have the money to do this? How deep does this thing go? Questions that run through my mind. Jordan shares that there are certain features that are more desirable to Jane O'Brien. Certain features that you'll be paid more, a premium, if you will, for bringing them in for videos. Remember? They had some specifications that we went over earlier. Asian guys and blonde guys, if I remember correctly. So Jordan becomes a friend of the documentary show. Even if he seems more and more like a tickle trafficker or something, somebody responsible for getting all this sensitive footage of individuals that's used as blackmail against them. I mean, what the hell? This guy's kind of weird, this Jordan guy. But anyways, we'll ignore it. Jordan also mentions that there are tickle cells all over the US, and that just blows my mind. This is weird. It is tickle. It's everywhere. Holy shit. Then Jordan himself goes on to talk about how the audition videos would get put online and ruin the lives of the guys in the videos. One fella named Brody, who was even underage, was hit incredibly hard when his tape was leaked. Posted. I guess it wasn't even leaked. Now Jordan and these other guys had only ever heard the name Jane O'Brien. They'd never seen the mythical Jane. They're all under the assumption that it's just some random ass woman behind the scenes. And Jordan believed that she just waited until he became entirely reliant upon her financially as the result of ticket payments, and she wanted to have complete control of you and then pull the rug out. Jane, David, she wants to play God, essentially. That's what Jordan believes. It's just somebody playing the long game. But David then tells Jordan about D'Amato, and he starts trembling. Actually trembling.
If I met up with that guy, I'd punch him right out, and when he woke up, he'd be strapped to a chair with I'd be like, dude, you're telling me everything right now.
This is when David and Dylan head to New York to find D'Amato. They find the building that he lives in. They cannot reach him. In spite of trying to call him, they cannot reach him. They leave him messages. The production team for the documentary is also scared to risk provoking this crazed man even further, considering the threats that have loomed over them for so long, and more specifically the threats even to poor Jordan, and they're closing in on him now. Maybe it's like cornering a wild animal. He might pop, but then they catch him.
It's him. It's him. He's coming out. Just wait here. Just sit here. All right, stay cool.
Dude, I'm nervous watching this part. My heart's going. It's all coming crashing down. David confronts other David outside of the Starbucks. This is the first time seeing D'Amato in person. This is what he looks like. He looks a little bit like a Pillsbury Doughboy.
You're in violation of the federal law here. You've been back for a long time.
I'm on a journalism visa.
He looks like Brendan Fraser from The Whale. No offense. I mean, I'm not trying to make fun of him based on the way he looks. I'm just pointing something out. I love that movie, you know. I'm just making sort of a connection. He just looks like Brendan Fraser from The Whale. This interaction accomplishes very little. He says they'll see him in court and stuff, and he says that David's on a tourist visa, and then David said he's on a journalistic visa, and he says, we'll see about that. We'll let INS know. So, it's about all there is to this point, but there's a face now behind the manipulation and the insanity of Terry Tickler, and like, that's the guy. That's Terry Tickler. It is at this point the documentarians need to find 100% certainty that D'Amato is actually connected to Jane O'Brien Media. So the fellas decide to revisit the 300 domains registered to the company in Germany that operated in the background behind Jane O'Brien, and they found that D'Amato accidentally updated private documents to one of those websites, including one that shows him registering that German company. That's awesome. Oh, classic accident. Crap. I accidentally uploaded my private documents to my secret website. Some of the documents even show that he's signing using the exact same address that Jane O'Brien operates from and had used when booking the New Zealand hotel for Marco, Adam, and Kevin when they'd gone down to meet David, which is very, very embarrassing. Remember the lawsuit, though, about Jane O'Brien from D'Amato, and they're saying you have to retract all that stuff because there's a public disassociation? Well, he accidentally leaked all that information himself. The documentarian guys didn't even have to leak anything. It also turns out that this guy was paying for everything through his own checking account, which had a balance of around $6 million, and he had the financial freedom to do all this shit because his bills were being paid by a trust fund set up by his late father, who built the Wall Street firm, and he had a gigantic inheritance from his late mother as well, and he's a rich guy, all right? He's a real, extremely rich guy. There's a fly on my microphone, and he's been flying around this whole time, and he's walking on thin ice, and I'm about ready to kill him. So, guy's weird and rich, all right? What next? David finds out that D'Amato only has one living relative left, and that is his stepmother, who David decides to call, and he learns about D'Amato's troubled childhood. There's so many Davids in the story. He got bullied at school, he got stuffed in a locker, his mom was very protective of him, never even let him ride a bike. She also says that she didn't know if D'Amato was gay or asexual, but he never had a girlfriend. She just putting that guy on blast right over the phone. Wow. And she also says she was afraid of him. Repeats that 3 times. I mean, what the that's crazy. It's his own stepmom saying she's afraid of him 3 times. This is essentially the end of the documentary. You get some of the typical tech screens at the end and sends film post-production in and some updates and stuff. A lot of shit has happened since this came out. That was back in 2016. Despite impersonating lawyers, creating fake identities, and harassing young men, David D'Amato has only ever been found guilty of 2 misdemeanor charges of computer fraud and abuse. After David D'Amato was captured on camera, all legal correspondence with the documentary maker ceased. Debbie and Jane also fell silent. Jane O'Brien Media still runs competitive endurance tickling shoots in Los Angeles and around the world. Yeah, I feel like you can just kind of do this without shaking people down and talking about holding people off of buildings and stuff. I feel like you can do the whole tickle thing and not draw a lot of attention to yourself by being some kind of de facto mafia thing. So yeah, end of the documentary, not the end of the story. It gets way crazier outside of the documentary. The real life story gets way worse. In March of 2016, after the documentary had been released, D'Amato named nearly everyone involved in a lawsuit alleging them of slander. This was filed in Utah for some reason, and it was dismissed in late April, not even 2 months later, after a new judge was assigned to the case, and he saw quickly that there was no ground to stand on with the claims. The Tickled production team clearly had enough evidence to prove that this was not slanderous, and it was just chucked out, which is awesome. As you might expect, not the end though. There was no legal recourse to be had. D'Amato and the rest of the Jane O'Brien team tried to discredit David, Dylan, and Tickled as a whole. Uploaded a video where Kevin Clark, the old man that produced the Jane O'Brien tickling content, interviews Jordan. That's right, the recruiter that appeared in the documentary. They tried to make it seem like the production was disingenuous.
And I appreciate it very much.
No problem at all. Thank you very much,
Thanks
Kevin,
a lot,
for having me.
Love the smile at the end too, very realistic. I also smile like this whenever I'm extremely happy and excited. And not being coerced. Allegedly. What Jordan has to say in this video is just totally different from what appears in the documentary. He claims that he talked to David on Twitter and was paid $1,200 to appear in the documentary, and he was just in a bad spot and needed money or whatever. He also says that David coached him on some stuff to say. He kept saying that multiple times. He then said that there were never death threats. He only said so for the $1,200. It's very hard to watch this. It seems weird and very bizarre and pointless to make, because he goes on to then say that David used Jordan to implicate D'Amato with Jane O'Brien, which is just, it makes it seem like the documentary we just watched didn't prove that D'Amato is actually Jane O'Brien with all the leaked documents that were leaked by D'Amato himself. It's like it's like revisionist. It's bizarre. This response didn't catch on, as you can probably imagine. Jordan then says that he wasn't actually
30, 40,
surprised when David
50K?
told him about D'Amato, and that he didn't care where the money came from with tickling. He doesn't give a I still can't believe that this is about grown men tickling each other. Jordan goes on to say that no one was ever coerced, conned, and everyone knew exactly what they were signing up for. The video feels very odd. I will just come out and say it. And after knowing the depths of what the documentary uncovered about Jane O'Brien, D'Amato, Terry Tickler, as well as the history of these videos being used for manipulative purposes, and these people involved in this video being sort of behind the scenes in those other videos that were used for manipulative purposes, how the fuck are we supposed to believe anything at all when the representative of the business is built on shadiness and blackmail? So, it's even weirder. While airing the documentary, David and Dylan, the Tickled team, would experience some progressively more and more strange things while screening the film. Very strange. This is found in a video that followed up the documentary on their official Tickled YouTube channel. This was in June 2017. At one screening, there was a guy scribbling down notes, flipping through pages. Some Jane O'Brien affiliates attended some screenings in Missouri. Pretty cool. Marco, the legendary photographer, bought tickets to every screening in Missouri, but it wasn't Marco and Kevin who attended the screenings. It was a gentleman that had never been seen before, who was suspected of recording the film through a coffee cup, similar to what David had done earlier on back in New Zealand.
Ooh, look.
God. D'Amato. What? Shit's what? Oh, by the way, D'Amato decided to sue his stepmother, who had been called at the end of the documentary for $40 million. I'd say that's pretty extreme. Honestly, Nickel only made $1 million, so it's not like a giant cash cow or anything.
Is David D'Amato connected to your company, Jane O'Brien Media, in any way?
No, not to my knowledge. That doesn't mean he isn't.
Some really weird shit continues to happen. Kevin, our boy from back in the day, he went on a media campaign to further try and discredit the Tickled doc. Kevin even confronted Dylan at one of the screenings before the Q&A session.
In there, it says that.
I can't believe people are so weird about this. Why is this such a big deal? I think they should have a tickle fight to resolve it. Finally, 17 minutes into this to plug himself into the theater to confront Dylan.
Just try to film it. Find out.
Oh, we are filming.
Good.
Dude, they look like they want to pickle so bad. I think we just hands and deliver more. We have another conversation outside the theater, and D'Amato has a hard time saying the word again. Just kidding. It's not. It's actually supposed to be a joke. He's got a little bit of a chunk in his chin.
By his own admission, now,
So this follow-up video was posted in 2017 that fails to acknowledge that in March of 2017, D'Amato passed away as a result of a fatal heart attack, which was contributed to by his diabetes and obesity. So David D'Amato, the former Tickled, died suddenly at age 55. Now, what exactly does that mean? I have no idea. They did make a statement about his death on the Tickled movie website. Fortunately now, Jane O'Brien Media is like a part of another Tickled thing that is LGBTQ owned and operated, and has been since 2002. Tickletopia, something like that. A much more wholesome sort of alternative to what it once was. Very, very odd. It feels like it all should be on the dark web. I've got to be honest. I've got to be honest.
Why am I live today? Why am I live today? Apart from the fact that I go live every day. Apparently now this is my thing. I'm like a streamer. I'm just a straight up loser now. I used to make YouTube videos. Now I just stream. But the reason I'm live is because of the Mama Mac story. Now guys, we've been following the Mama Mac story for a while now. Okay, we've been following it. YouTuber who exposes P-words. Apparently he's in some hot water, some hot drama. Okay, Mudahar dropped him. His like good buddy Muda dropped him. Nick Diorio's been criticizing him a lot. There's a ton of videos if you look up Mama Max on YouTube right now that are like, Mama Max is a fraud. Mama Max is a liar. I hate Mama Max. But I feel like nobody has really put it together. Nobody's really put together the entire story. I've had a hard time even understanding what's going on, even following it. Despite the fact that behind the scenes, I was kind of involved in this because Max had asked me to review this case about Camden Gerard Davis, and I didn't end up seeing much to review. He basically wanted me to talk to the survivor for a while, and I was just like, I need like concrete evidence of this guy's piece. And I never got that. But Max has been kind of having a little bit of a meltdown on YouTube lately. He's been posting some cringe, posting some sus stuff, and now Nick DiOrio has dropped a video about him, and the title is a pretty extreme one, pretty extreme title, I'd say. The title here is "Mama Max lied about everything." Leaked call. Leaked call. It's an hour long. This is a long video. Drive your bowl cut routine. I mean, you just put a bowl in your head and cut your hair. That's it, dude. It's simple. Simple. But I'm excited for this video. I've been excited for a little while. I've been hearing rumblings about it. Yesterday we thought it was going to drop. It didn't drop. Classic Nick DiOrio fashion. But this is the first time Nick has dropped a video. I mean, it's been 2 years since he dropped a video. Jesus. Notoriously fat and lazy content creator Nicholas DiOrio finally posts a video. For years behind the scenes, I've been trying to get Nick to post a video. Difficult task, okay? More difficult than proving Jeffrey Epstein innocent, I would say, is getting Nicholas DiOrio to upload a video. Proving Jeffrey Epstein to be innocent is extremely difficult. Now, Nick, when he drops a video, is sort of like an event. You know, Nick's one of these creators where he's not a part of the content slop factory like I am. He only drops a video when he really wants to get in there, when he's so fired up. He wants to destroy. I'd say he actively destroyed Def Noodles. He did the Zaptai Saga a while back. He did the Deji series, the John Swan, which was Keenosopher Stone. Very good. But now, we've got Mama Max lied about everything. Nick DiOrio apparently exposing, someone who's pretty respected on YouTube, a respected sort of video essayist and artist, who supposedly exposes PDF files. He's too obese to be a part of the daily slop grind. He's more on the minutely slop grind. But he posted an hour-long video. I'm excited. I'm excited to go through this. Now, before we do this, does anybody in chat have any questions? Can I answer any questions? I'll try to answer as many questions as I can for you guys. Well, hopefully relevant to this situation. I'm going to read some questions from chat, and after that, we're going to watch the video. Who are you? Your dad. It was in time. I ran out of the menthols. They're out, I think. Wait, did I run out? I did run out. These are all used. But, thankfully, I have this. Is it ethical to watch a 30-minute old video? That's a good question. I told him not to do it, so he didn't seem very problem. And it's, I mean, I'm going to have a reaction and commentary there, so I'd say it's fine. Just one Count Blackula? Yeah, sure. Were you a Scene kid? I don't think I was even, when was Scene? That was like 2009 to 2015. I was barely even conscious during that time, so no, I was not a Scene kid. I was playing Minecraft. You watch the video? I haven't watched the entire thing. Unless there's obvious parts that I just skip, but generally with Nick, there's not a lot of filler, so I think I'll be watching the entire thing. Do you think this is the one time deplatforming is okay? Max needs to be off the internet? I don't know. I mean, I'm generally against deplatforming. It would take a lot to convince me of that. I guess maybe the video will change my mind, but probably not. I'll probably be against deplatforming. I think you can, you know, sort of expose him and express ideas about how he's wrong without having to take him off the internet, you know. You Venmo me. Yeah, good idea. I think you stanza for the two. How do you know Max? Just kind of through the YouTube grapevine, I guess. Like, you know, creators kind of talk to each other. I met him at VidCon once, and he was a very nice guy. Maybe I met him twice, actually. Maybe 3 times. I don't know. I've never really hung out with him, but we've had very brief conversations. I mean, he was nice. You think Mama Max can come back from this? As of now, I'm not sure. We're going to watch the video and determine if he can't come back. He might be able to. You think it's so over for Max? It seems like it might be over, but we're going to find out in this video. What if Max changes his voice? I think it'd be edgy. Let's check this out, though. Mama Max lied about everything. Leaked call and fake videos. 37 minutes ago.
Hi, my name is Nicholas DiOrio. Before we get started today, I'm going to be clear and concise about what this video will...
I feel like high watching this video right now. It's been so long since Nick dropped a video. I feel like I'm living in an alternate reality, basically. I feel like I'm living somewhere else. You still got the gangster, let's go. The gangster Nick, let's freaking go.
Prove. Today, you're going to see undeniable evidence that Mama Max is a complete and total fraud. He is a content creator who claims his platform exists to empower abuse survivors. And the reality is, Mama Max is a liar. His actions in the...
Thank you, Choco Bucks, for becoming a member. And thank you, Zinbo, for the $2.
Past and present paint a far more sinister picture. Right off...
Max has always rubbed me the wrong way. Absolutely hated how he acted during the FFXI. Glad Nick came in with a kill shot. I mean, at that time, I think we had him on half-baked. When I used to do this podcast, only real ones will remember this podcast. We had Mama Max on at some point, and we talked to him about this stuff, and he had okay explanations, but he basically was just saying that the reason why he was trying to get, you know, people to hashtag pick a side or whatever was to get attention on the issue, because he felt like people weren't really paying attention enough. And that's kind of the thing he's done twice now, and he tried to do it a third time with his most recent Spencer thing. But the video he made, you guys remember, it was like completely schizophrenic. It was like, Joe Rogan, you need to do this. You need to talk about Camden Gerard Davis, while not even giving him any information about what he's even reporting on. So I don't really know what he expected there, but yeah.
Off the bat, this video does contain clips of the leaked recording between myself, Mama Max, and Mudahar of Some Ordinary Gamers. If Max has an issue with how he is portrayed in this video, I consent to the full call being released. I am not afraid. In the event where Max tries to bully me with threats of getting my channel banned, this video removed, or any...
Well, I should have flagged my channel. Shortly after our debate, he DMs me at 2 a.m. asking me to censor and take down my stream because of a privacy complaint. He then accused me of bullying victims, not true, heavily implying he's one of... So he's trying to just censor people who criticize him? You revealed the name of a survivor who wished to remain anonymous. Did he reveal it? I really doubt that. Or if he did, I mean, I don't think he had exclusive documents that like only he had access to that Max never published. It was all stuff Max gave him, so it was probably Max's fault. How's your week going? Wishing you well. It's going pretty good, man. How's yours?
Anything else through use of YouTube contacts, which he has done to content creators who have exposed...
Thank you. Yes, due to privacy considerations, we've made our stream private. Hope you don't want to get striked. I must express my concerns regarding the patterns observed in your behavior and the nature of the community you're cultivating. Your channel is at risk of being terminated if these issues persist. Promoting a community that engages in bullying, especially targeting survivors of child sex crimes, is deeply troubling. Deeply troubling.
3 sites, not bad.
Reflect on the impact of your actions in the environment you're creating. So he's literally threatening to get someone's channel deleted. What even happened here? Did this guy like dox? Did Larix like dox some kid, or was it an accident? Was it Max's fault? Like what happened?
Him recently, I will not hesitate to drop our full uncut recording for the entire internet to see. I will not be silenced, and you will get everything that's coming to you.
Max is supposed to be the one bringing the story across to everyone. And yes, if in the case that everything is actually...
Why is it my job? Yeah, why are you putting it all...
Larix did not reveal the name. The name was the person's name on Discord, and Max brought him into the call, so it was shown. Jesus. Wait, so it was Max's fault? Because he couldn't tell this person to not have their real name be their Discord name when they're going on a public live stream. That is completely idiotic.
On me. Like, because it's your case!
One bringing it. Why are you...
Absolutely. I am the first one. Okay. A few months ago, the YouTuber named Mama Max asked me to react to his content and promote the massive investigation he was about to release. Max Striker claimed to be exposing a depraved individual who used social media to lure society's most vulnerable into compromising situations. Cameron Gerard Davis has been accused of masquerading as mythical creatures such as werewolves. Situations. Cameron Gerard Davis has been accused of...
Is it Cameron or Camden? I don't know. But this video is so awesome. Rawr. The most confusing thing to me is that like Max probably behind the scenes is trying to tell me about this case. He really wanted me to cover it my channel. And I was like, I mean, I'd be open to covering it, but I need to see a lot of evidence. I think you should publish it first. I don't really call myself an investigative journalist. I wouldn't hold myself to that esteem or regard. So I find it kind of silly to personally involve myself in these cases. What I'd rather do is, if I see leaks publicly that are already leaked, I'll go through it. But if there's leaks behind the scenes, I'm not going to know the full context, I'm not going to know all the information, and I'm not going to be able to cover it impartially. All he wanted me to, what Max wanted me to do for evidence was have like a 6-hour call with this like victim. I think Spencer is her name. And I was just like, I don't really want to do that, you know. Or maybe I said I was open to it or something, but we never ended up having that call. And I tried to give him some advice as well later on. I tried to give him some advice like stop getting involved in drama, stop trying to bait Voice Critical into talking about your stuff and, you know, calling him a bad person because he covers drama instead of your weird cult case that you think is real. I tried to communicate that to him and it just apparently didn't really go through. He just kept trucking, dude.
Of masquerading as mythical creatures such as werewolves and vampires in the hopes to lure children. And that's just the tip of the iceberg, is what I would have said if Max's videos on the subject weren't terrible.
Today we're going to be talking about a YouTuber that's been going really wacky wild as of late.
This video is going to be on a more serious topic. I'm sure most of you know who a creator by the name of Mama Max is and the controversy currently surrounding them.
It was probably me and Nick, and that was about it. You're going to see as this goes further, this guy is serious here. Like he really believes in this hero.
Then you made the third video, which was calling out Voice Critical for not covering the story out. DM'd him like a spud a bunch of times.
Yeah, still here. You want me to talk about it a little bit? That rubbed me the wrong way. I just spent not doing anything online in bed. And during that time, apparently, it changed his whole framing of the video in order to make it like a Trojan horse of cancel critical because he didn't respond to my messages and ghosted me.
Imagine Anthony Fantano just watching this like that.
You provided evidence that was some girl's testimony, and 4 girls, if not 5, came out with their testimony against you.
What I'm saying is the burden of proof is on them and they didn't provide it.
And it's dramatized. I mean, the burden of proof isn't out of context, but the burden of proof is on Max and his like victims or whatever to provide proof about this case and give it to Joseph Rogan so he'll cover it. It's not on people accusing him of lying or asking for more evidence, right? It's on the guy who brought it out in the first place, obviously.
Embellished story, and then this person's talking about it and just saying the same things.
Look at the hand movements. He thinks he's like actually the Punisher. It's so pathetic.
Max released 3 videos that provide essentially nothing in the form of evidence. The average person can't follow anything he's released so far, and more time was spent responding to critics than providing actionable proof that content creators could use to condemn Cameron Gerard Davis. In fact, after Max threatened me privately for not reacting to his...
Your platform has the power to end the suffering of children. To end the suffering of children. Yet your silence has been both noticeable and disappointing. I believe in your ability to be more than a commentator on drama. You have the potential to be a force for positive change. I urge you to watch the attached video and use your voice for a cause that desperately needs it. Your response or lack thereof will not go unnoticed. We're determined to be heard, and we will hope to count you among those who stand for what is right. I mean, he's kind of like relaxing. He's like, if you don't cover this, then you're going to get... I talked to Max about statements like this behind the scenes, how you shouldn't be trying to pressure people like Penguin Zero into covering your stuff, and his explanation was like, well, I'm just mad autistic, if you can't tell. And I was like, okay, well, you know, I don't know if that's real, but you know, if it is real, if you're actually autistic, or if you're just saying you're autistic socially or whatever the case may be, you have a responsibility as a public figure to, you know, behave properly and do stuff like that. And you know, he just kept going around apparently behind the scenes trying to convince people to cover the story. And once again, there was no evidence for us to cover. Like, it's not like me and Mudahar and, you know, whoever else is like opposed to covering any story in general. It's not like that. But we just need evidence. We need evidence, right? If you're gonna stake, I mean, okay.
Good move. Good move. It just is like, you die now, asshole. Fucking asshole developer.
If I'm posting a video here, it's gonna get bare minimum probably 500, 600,000 views. At the max, it might get 2, 3, or 4 million views, right? If I publish a video about someone, I have to be at least trying to be accurate. I have to be trying to be accurate. I have to have evidence against someone, like with the Giggly Goon Clown case that I covered. You guys will remember that. This one. There were so many DMs I went through. So many DMs, so many screenshots, so many logs. That's where the evidence came from. For Cameron Gerard Davis, I was never able to see any of that. And the same applies for someone like Mudahar, some ordinary gamers, who has a large platform, and someone like him, obviously, you know, even like way bigger than me. He's got 4 times my sub count. For him to cover a case, he needs to have absolute dead to rights proof that this person f***ed up, or he could get in serious legal trouble, or beyond serious legal trouble. If you don't have good evidence, people are going to call you out because you're either falsely reporting information or you don't have enough evidence to support a claim. And this is kind of what we talked about on the Some Ordinary podcast, actually, funnily enough. I did this show with it's Mudahar's podcast, and there's also Oompaville and
I listened
Dr.
to
Taku.
it. Yeah, it was good.
I believe in this episode we talked about Mama Max. Actually, this is from a month ago. Is there a timestamp? I kind of want to.
Yeah, I watched this whole thing.
The comments on this are cancer, by the way. Tom's the type of guy to bring Leos to a party. Tom's the type of guy to breathe deeply during a podcast. Tom's the type of guy to collect all the Dragon Balls to wish his ex finds a better man. Tom's the type of guy to play casual pussies with his homies while saying tee-hee. What is up? What is wrong with you people? You people are sick. Okay. But we did talk about Max in this podcast, I do believe. So we talked about it on this podcast. It was kind of an awkward conversation for all these guys because they're kind of friends with Max, and they had sort of a strange, awkward discussion where I was just kind of talking about what happened, and they were kind of, I'm not saying they were being pussies or anything, but they were just kind of afraid to talk about it because they didn't even know what was going on. They were, you know, genuinely confused by what's even happening with this Cameron Gerard Davis case.
You were gonna use that as a segue? Oh.
I was. In Mama Max.
Do it.
So I don't know what'll change by the time this podcast will drop because we usually record a week in advance. For anybody that doesn't know watching, last night Mama Max uploaded a video where he called out a pretty sizable creator in our sphere Moist Critical, Charlie. It was basically framed as almost like a cancellation video, the greatest cancellation of all time at Penguin Zero. I think that's the title.
Right, which was obviously a gimmick, you know, to reference his description, because, you know, all of Charlie's descriptions are, this is the greatest drama of all time.
So inside this video, Max, who for the last I think 2-3 weeks has been doing this thing known as God Cult, which Nux, I think you can best describe it.
Oh God.
Yeah, you can describe God
So
Cult.
basically, all right, here's a little mini documentary. A few weeks ago, I was doing my thing, and I saw a video on my feed. What happened to Mama Max? And I'm like, oh, what happened to him? I haven't heard anything in a while. It was posted by this weird channel called God Cult. So Mama Max, friend of the show, guy who basically hunts files for a living, he rebranded his channel to God Cult, and he made a video talking about welcome to God Cult, how he wants to, God standing for guard our descendants, how he basically wants to protect children, an incredibly noble goal, especially on the internet where a lot of degeneracy goes around. And he basically, he frames it like it's almost a moral imperative of every YouTuber to specifically talk about this specifically, because this is something evil that's going on that more, I guess, more eyeballs on it is good.
It's like he's too scared to do an attack piece
I
and
got in DMs a lot from Max. It was stuff like more.
So he wants to
imperative.
use
It was
other
also, like,
people?
Think about the views you could get if you hopped on this, or think about you're getting it on the ground floor. Imagine the attention this is going to get and how important it's going to be. And I was just like,
I don't care.
I mean, I guess that could happen, but I need to see evidence of what's even going on here. Like, just make a video. The thing I never understood about this, and the thing I've repeated time and time again, is if Mama Max wants to like get people to talk about the situation, why doesn't he just make a video? And the Moist Critical will do what he always does, and he reacts to stuff on stream. I'll probably react to it on a stream, or I'll make a video on Tom Dark talking about it, or maybe a main channel video going deeper, or, you know, elaborating on my thoughts on it. Like, you need to have like proper evidence, and you can't expect every YouTuber to go through the evidence with you and comb through it, because there are people with lives who are doing it. And I know that, you know, child trafficking is important, and it's an issue that should be spoken out against, and it's important to talk about it, you know, and I appreciate those who do talk about it on YouTube, but you can't expect everybody to just drop what they're doing and collaborate with you on this thing that they know nothing about. I don't even know if this cult is real. There's like this girl named Spencer with a bunch of facial piercings who says that she got groomed by him, and says that I think her claim is that she lived with Camden for 4 months, and during in that time he knocked her up and then made her drink orange juice and kicked her belly
What do
to
you
get rid of
need?
the baby. That's what she said. I mean, that could be real, but I just have no idea, you know? I haven't seen no evidence of that. Literally all I know is that like this girl just says it happened, you know? I'm not calling her a liar, but like I need some evidence before I'm going to cover something on my multi-million subscriber YouTube channel, on my channel with 300,000 subscribers. This isn't even like an ego thing. It's more like I open myself up to legal liability if I misreport something. I could be sued for slander if I get it wrong. I need to have evidence, you know? And at the time, I think he told me something to the effect of like, well, if you want to cover it, if you want to cover this situation, you know, we have interviews. We can get you interviews. And I was like, well, I just need evidence. And he's like, well, the evidence is being locked up right now because it's being used for police investigation, and making it public could jeopardize it. I didn't really question that at the time. I didn't. Now I've heard people saying that apparently there is no police investigation. But, you know, if you're a YouTuber and you're running the risk of destroying your business off of this case, you need to have solid evidence that this stuff went down. I still don't to this day understand why Max didn't just make a video. Tom, the kind of guy to have all the evidence against Nick is not green and still forgive him. I'm a forgiving guy, dude. I don't hold hate in my heart. This drama is boring. Messing around on Red Dead, I enjoy the video when Nick is not green situation is crazy. It is crazy, dude. It actually is crazy. Max has no real proof. I mean, maybe he does, but I haven't seen it.
So it's basically a moral imperative of everyone to talk about it. So he got some pushback because it seemed like he was over-dramatizing a situation. He was pushing other people. He called people out by name. He did a lot of things that seemed like they could be interpreted as just going for views as opposed to going for justice. It could be interpreted that way. And he got pushback for it on his rebrand and everything. His video, What Happened to Mama Max, was talking about how he's evolving into a channel that really he wants to use his power for good, and he continued to tell people that they had no choice but to cover this because it's of extreme importance.
This is the weird thing about it, watching the What Happened to Mama Max video, because I was a fan of Max way back in the day. You guys want some ancient Max lore? Back when he was around, on commentary YouTube, like way back in the day, there was this channel called Sinnoh. And Sinnoh was this, you know, this cute little Asian boy from Australia, and he would make videos, and everybody hated him. He just made bad videos, basically, right? And at the time, Sino and Mama Max were good buddies, though. They were good buddies, and they had this podcast called A Quiet Place for Friends. It's got 3,000 subs. It's still up to this day. And you can see they did 5 episodes. They did that one about depression, one about loneliness with Elvis Alien, one about bullying, one about backstabbing, and one with Colossal is Crazy.
Welcome everyone
way back
to
in the day.
physically, of course, just
making videos.
Like through video. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think if I can just say the thing about you is that you have such a individualized.
Why does it sound so soft when you talk? I mean, I'm sorry, but
and such a special and unique fan base because you treat all of your subscribers every
room looks
video,
very
you treat
cozy.
them with
I
such
like this
love,
room.
right? I mean, you tell them that like
I think it's supposed to be
family
depressing.
you,
I kind of like it.
that your friends and people know your situation, how you were in an environment where you didn't have that, and you talk about a lot of the time how gracious you are that you have friends, all of them being your subscribers. So I guess they're naturally all wanting to know you and stuff because a lot of your fans perhaps could be in the same situation, right? So that's hard for you, and the bigger you get, the harder that gets.
You should do a video on the Chris Hardwick cancellation. It's an old story, but it was a big deal when it happened. Literally can't find any videos. That's the guy from Talking Dead, right? He got canceled by some ex-girlfriend of his or something. I don't even know all the details behind that. But I should know probably. I kind of wish I knew, but I don't. I don't know the details. Anyway, we're gonna keep watching this video. Or we're gonna keep going over the situation. I'm distracted. Anyway, I was a fan of Mama Max way back in the day, and he was also making these videos at this time called Life Sucks. Mama Max, Life Sucks. Life Sucks was a pretty good series he did. That was no, Isaac, no, I'm not doing that. Thanks for the 2 though. Life Sucks was a series where he just talked about loneliness and whatever, sadness, depression, being bullied. It was very emo, which is why I liked it. And I wasn't really bullied. I didn't really relate to a lot of these issues, but I thought it was nice to see someone who was talking about this stuff on YouTube, was helping people through it. And this was his like first real foray. He had some stuff before that called YouTube Hell that was pretty interesting, but that was more like YouTube poop type stuff. This is when his channel really took off. But the weird thing about it is that he was kind of entrenched in the commentary community, which you wouldn't really expect from a channel like his. You know, you would expect him to be talking about literally, or talking to like other, I don't know, lifestyle depression YouTubers, if those exist. Maybe he'd talk to Amanda Todd, the girl who held up the pictures of herself before she heroed. But instead he was just making videos about being sad.
Every day. And guess what? Because of that, within time,
This video is literally
you'll be
being
able to
sad
find
about
the cure
homework.
for cancer. There is no doubt about that. It doesn't
Thank you,
stress out
Metallistad.
because you
Appreciate
see,
the 5-month membership,
unlike
buddy.
a job,
I
you
will.
don't get paid for it. So that means you can only do it for fun and out of curiosity. Isn't that ingenious? Making a human being work for something that they won't be paid for, but severely disciplined if they don't do it. I think there's a word for that. Ah, yes. Slave homework is true.
He's calling homework slavery. Well, these videos were interesting at the time. They're probably kind of cringe looking back, but I liked them. But this whole podcast we did with him was very awkward. And you can see here that these guys just didn't really know how to react to the situation at all. They were kind of, especially Oompaville, you know. Please, shirtless thug shake, dude. We're gonna go back. What's your workout routine? I mean, it's a lot of stuff. I don't know. It's pretty standard exercises. Just a lot of dumbbells. Getting into machines lately. Getting into bench more. Good for you. Can't even edge this. I exploded immediately. Very funny. Guys, we're getting off topic. Losers Groups of Pedos gets an update. We might be doing an update video on all of them pretty soon. Yes, actually, like a compilation video where we update all of it. Anyway, this was a very awkward conversation we had here. You can tell all of them are sort of tepidly trying to avoid talking about it because they're like, he's kind of their friend. And this is the thing, Max was so entrenched in the YouTube community, he was everybody's friend.
In the most recent episode of the saga, he released a video, "This is the greatest cancellation of all time," featuring Penguin Zero, where he called out Charlie, basically, and the entire community that kept making videos about Sniper Wolf and all the that she was doing, and said that that's not super relevant in the grand scheme of things. What is relevant is that things are happening to children. So therefore, Charlie, you're a good man,
Okay.
and you have to make a video about this and put more eyeballs on this.
You mean he's
that
a
I'm
bad
covering.
man? He needs to be a good man, though.
Yeah,
Hey,
currently a
whatever.
bad man.
I mean, this has always been sort of a thread for Max, you know, like back when he did the Wake Up Tube thing, he was like, "Will you ever cover the Lil Boom situation? No Jumper exposed him for touching kids in Walmart. Security footage got leaked too, and he's denying it." Is this the guy who was friends with DJ Academics? I might cover that actually. Kind of demanding
Yeah.
Corpse Husband's attention.
He called out Corpse Husband and all those
and,
guys.
I like Max. I like his videos, but he is being, I don't know. He needs to pop a Zanny right now because he's going a little crazy, I think.
To me, it's very confusing because he's messaged a lot of people, I assume, it's just been kind of confusing. Like I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do.
The thing is, there seems to be some like child slave cult or something that he wants to be reported on, which is fair. But I think the biggest issue is like where the evidence is, detailed explanation, and like if you need to break the story first. He made this where he was like trying to cover, and it's pop saying Boom's his friend. You won't taught him really. DJ Academic, Lil Boom. They criticize me with YouTubers. Stop being always critical. Stop trying to bait people into covering your and just make the video. Just make the video. That's all you have to do. Make the video. And for whatever reason, he still hasn't done that. I mean, if you go to his channel, tell me about how like I was like about influencers, or is this just a Giggly Goon Clown or like that? And Sniper Wolf. Or like Ludwig. Like, are these guys really running cults? No, they just have cringe echo chambers going on. But this is the stuff that he was trying to push. He was trying to push it to like be this broader conversation about internet cults and stuff. And I was like, I mean, I'll have a conversation with you about it, but I got to be honest. I might be critical of you. I might disagree with you what you have to say. You know, and I think that's totally fair. And I think that I feel like I did the right thing there.
I like Tom.
Receipts and evidence of that was going on. I feel like I did the right thing.
Yeah.
To Kanye and Alex Jones and Jordan Peterson and like Shane Gillis. Like, why would he be like reporting on this? Why would he? Is he going to have you on the podcast? Like, is that what's going to happen? And it just seems. This is the weirdest thing. Why is Joe Rogan going to talk about God cult? He's not like. I mean, he likes to talk about conspiracy sometimes, but it's in a very casual sense. Like, I can't imagine my dad listening to it. My dad loves Joe Rogan. I can't imagine my dad listening to a podcast about God cult or Camden Gerard Davis. Like, this is like CD deep internet lore stuff, you know. This should be covered on Kiwi on Joe Rogan. It's been a while. It shouldn't be a very good like bring this dark cult, which you know apparently does exist according to Max, to attention. It sort of turned into this weird like you know pulling at people's pant legs type thing. And now Charlie is the biggest one, like trying to kind of being forced into this. And Charlie does cover serious situations, but you know none of us as YouTubers are police. We're not obligated to cover anything. Like we all have our own lives, we have our own businesses to run. To ask us to stick our neck out to cover a situation that we have no evidence even happened is a very tough sell.
Yeah, like
Right. Like if you look at Charlie, for example, he covered EDP. Okay, that dude's an alleged file, right? And
But he covered EDP. He didn't do investigative journalism. Charlie reacted to a video about EDP. Charlie's not going to get involved in this investigation. You have to make a video that's easy for him to understand so he can watch it and report it, you know? He's a big channel. He can't just get involved in all this. He's got other fish to fry, other things to cover. He's running I cannot stress this enough, multi-million-dollar business. For him to cover something like this, he needs definitive proof. He needs definitive, solid proof of something happening. Or else he could be sued millions.
made a video. He made multiple videos covering that guy because that was as the story unfolded, and he talked about this thing that actually happened. For Charlie at this point to make a video saying, guys, I'm sitting down with you now to tell all of you to subscribe to Mama Max, even though there's no story there yet. Like, it doesn't make sense from a Charlie standpoint.
FYI, time when researching Lil Boom's situation, he responded on stream but deleted the streams after they're archived on his kick. Name is Lil Boom Chan. Gotcha. Lil Boom Chan archived response. Gotcha. I'll take a look at that. Reminds me of you guys remember Lil Mar? At some point I made a video about this guy on Tom Dark called Lil Mar, who he was caught He was caught sodomizing a young girl at Walmart and went to jail for it.
At
And he messaged me at one
Walmart?
point. He was like, "Let's do an interview. Let's do a collab." And I think I called him an F slur right away. I think I was like, "No, you're a whatever." And he was like, and then he tweeted out a screenshot. He was like, "This is your fave. Me calling you, I'm not doing an interview with you, you freak. Literally suck on a car tailpipe. Get behind my Audi. Let me turn it on. Sit there for 10 minutes in Minecraft."
It's like a canary in a coal mine situation too, right? Like, so let's get down to the facts, right? Like, so I watched the videos that he made. The only video I did not watch was the 5-hour podcast with one of the victims that he made.
This is the thing, a 5-hour podcast. Like, you need to make it digestible. You can't expect the average person to dedicate 5 hours to watching your thing, much less a YouTuber who's got a busy schedule and is doing things every day. Why is it 5 hours? Why is it 5 hours? But yeah, like you can't expect the average person, or much less the average busy YouTuber, to spend 5 hours, which is an entire day. 5 hours is an entire workday. And the interview doesn't even have one screenshot in it. It's just an interview. It's crazy. It's crazy to think anyone would do that. I feel bad for him. I feel like he's like going through a mental health episode. I don't even know how you fix this guy. There's something wrong with him. He's going through some very dark, some deep dark pit of life right now. And he's also living with one of the victims right now, which I mean is probably kind of interesting, kind of bad. Like, do you need to be financially supporting the person you're supposed to be investigating the case of?
Like, the time is short, okay? I got shit to do. So I think, and that's what I said to Max. I'm like, if you want to do this, instead of pulling at the pant legs, right? Like, if you present.
After you're hitting abs, I don't really hit abs at all, honestly. But I'm getting ready for the bulk. So actually, not even getting ready. I'm starting the bulk. I started it this week. I've been eating like a pig. Yesterday I had 3 protein shakes. Okay, I'm trying to get up to. I'm like 175, 180 right now. I'm trying to get up to 200 pounds. I think Mama Max has said he was dealing with his mental health. But he said in that video where he was involved with drama and abusive partner worker or something. Well, I mean, that's kind of sad, but I mean, it's just kind of not anyone's responsibility but his own. He's got to figure that out. When I go through mental health stuff, I'm not on screen. You guys, I'm figuring it out behind the scenes, and I'm trying to not let it affect my work. If your mental health is affecting an investigation, you can probably lock it up for a while and come back to it when you're ready. Or maybe that's someone else.
One good story, like beginning, middle, and end, or beginning, middle about this situation, this like cult leader, because, bro. A vampire cult leader that's trafficking human beings, I'm going to tell you right now, that's like in metadata gold on YouTube, right? Like, that's going to slap.
Yeah, and the thing is, and Nick even pointed this out, I didn't even realize this. I recently did a video that was literally of like a less extreme case, but it's titled "The TikTok Lolcow Thinks He's a Vampire." It's about like a creepy guy who thinks he's a vampire, named Jupiter the Hybrid, who thinks he's literally a vampire demon. Thanks for the 5 Bad Dragon. Wait, the name? That's dark. But I literally did a video about it and it got 1 million views. Like, and his thing is even more insane. He's actually doing like a crazy investigation. So there's undoubtedly a lot more for him to get out of that. And, like, he could make a much longer video, which is good for watch time. So I just, once again, I don't understand why I didn't just make a video. I don't understand. And the only conclusion I have to reach is that there must be no evidence or something, right? There must be no evidence. Unless it really is just locked up for some police investigation.
The thing is, you gotta have a story. You gotta have something that presents
evidence.
Because, yeah, if you want people to react to you and respond to the video, right, then you're gonna have to make something that is. You're gonna have to present the story, and people will naturally come, right? Like it is what it is. It happens all the time. So every single one of his videos, he does this thing with the editing where it all like he shows screenshots for. I'm not joking. Half a second. Like when I was watching this last night on my phone, I was like hitting pause, play, pause over and over and over again. And even the screenshots.
That is a weird thing he does. Like, dude, if you're making a video exposing someone, you need to have like evidence in it. This video is literally all screenshots. It happens again. Anywhere you click, screenshot of DMs, highlighting specific DMs. Why couldn't he just do this? If he has the evidence, why couldn't he do it? I don't understand this at all. I don't, like, hopefully this question is answered by next video, because I don't understand.
That I paused to view were just so, like, they didn't have any context attached to them, and they also didn't seem, like, super bad. Like, yeah, he was, like, weird, like, I don't know, it was sexually charged, but I don't know the context of it, right? Like,
I'm just confused.
Yeah, like, exactly.
This is the thing for everyone. They're all confused.
Nobody's there.
Oompaville is
the
confused.
reason why I say canary in a coal mine is like...
And Oompaville, if you go to his channel, once again, 4 million subscribers? Almost 5 million subscribers. You can't expect this guy to report on a situation with no evidence when you haven't even covered it yourself. YouTubers in the past have supported Mama Max. I have supported his stuff before. I've tweeted out his videos, probably. I've retweeted it. I was even in I think the Pick a Side YouTube or one of those videos. I was in it, and I talked about my grievances with YouTube censoring my videos about dark stuff. Like, people will be willing to support Max. He just needs the evidence. For some reason, he can't provide it. It's so perplexing. Why? For free? No, for $100.
Yeah, if you want a creator to co-sign with you, that's you putting like your seal of approval.
Am I just an
on something
OnlyFans
that you
girl
don't
now?
understand. Like, there's a good chance, there could be a chance that this person that they're targeting, this Cameron Gerard Davis fella, this vampire, could be innocent. This could, you know what I mean? Like, we don't know the story. We weren't there.
Yeah.
And look, I know that it takes a lot of effort for a victim to come out and like talk about this kind of stuff, but it's also like, you need to have a lot of proof as well too. You need to have like actionable proof.
Alright, next dono, because I'm a degenerate, for $100 I'll drop and give you guys 10 push-ups, okay?
And of course, everything's not 100%, but I mean, like, the screenshots that we were shown so far, there's no law enforcement agency that's going to treat that with the utmost seriousness. And YouTubers, we, like, especially us in our sphere, like in the commentary space, we do research this stuff more than the average person. We have to. And from my research and everything I looked into, I was like, I don't see any... There's more evidence about the dream stuff than there is about this guy.
I mean, realistically, we open ourselves up to a whole list of liabilities if we cover something without proper evidence. I mean, if we put this guy's face and he is innocent, a lawsuit, if he is guilty, but we can't prove that he is guilty, a lawsuit is what we get. Beyond that, loss of reputation. I mean, it's a lot to ask someone with 1 million subscribers to stick their neck out, and then, you know, think about the damages that someone could accrue for a lawsuit.
And like, if this isn't all true,
Here's the thing. When it comes to Max, though, just because, as far as my personal bias, I believe that he has evidence and that he really is doing this for good reason.
I think it's a highly dramatized thing.
It's just very dramatized, and the approach, I think, isn't honed to YouTube.
I think with his situation, if I was in his shoes, I would take that evidence, produce like an hour video or something, like, or however long, just to bring the point across 100%, make a real debt to rights piece. And naturally, I would assume my friends would watch my video and probably cover it in their own rights, you know? Like, it's happened from time to time. Like, Caleb, you've done stuff that I've covered on my channel, and vice versa.
So you guys get the idea behind this conversation, right? We're just saying, like, if you want us to cover something, we need evidence. But for some reason, Max had yet to provide that to any of us behind the scenes, even though we were desperately asking him to. That doesn't mean we were going to cover it. If I had evidence behind the scenes, I probably wasn't going to cover it yet. But if he put out a video that was convincing and comprehensive, I would be willing to cover it. At least on Tom Dark, I'll be willing to do a video, at the very least. Or react to it on stream and clip it, you know? Is that fair to say? I think that's fair to say.
Video on my main YouTube channel, I cataloged my 10 hours of research publicly in the form of 2 live streams, and my results were astounding. All right, 2 hours in this. We're 2 hours in right now. Realistically, we're another hour and a half on top of our 4.5 hours in. So we're at like the 6 hour mark of understanding what's going on here. And I will point out to you, now that we've hit the 6 hour mark, that I still don't know what Cameron Gerard Davis has done. And spoiler alert, when we hit the 8 hour mark, or the 10 hour mark, I don't know how far we're gonna go. We're still not there. After 10 grueling hours investigating this vampire werewolf cult, I realize I've learned essentially nothing about Cameron Gerard Davis, the accused.
On March 18th, 2016, Spencer, a girl from Wiley, Texas, mysteriously disappeared, lured by the illusion of joining a supernatural family as a vampire on some random corner of the internet. She actually found herself ensnared in a dangerous
No movie video did he put out? He's probably still doing it. Some of these things just take time, you know? I think they were supposed to coordinate it for the same day drop, though, but maybe it's just not out. It might still come out today. We don't know. Sometimes he drops the videos. Why is his voice pitched down? It's kind of a weird stylistic thing he does. It's kind of cringe to do the Batman Rachel voice all the time. It's just a thing he does for the videos. It's like an artistic choice, I guess.
What do you need?
Is there a part of it that says, Rachel?
It's not Joseph Rogan. The podcast experience. Bert Kreischer is showing up soon.
Although the first girl they actually Katie Holmes. Not that she's not a gat.
Posing as a werewolf god.
Base.
Max Striker's
This guy's
evidence
epic.
provides without
There's
a
a
shadow of a
million.
doubt that
Nice.
this might just be a video of a black man roaring like a wolf with fake vampire teeth.
By the way, the QR codes you guys see flashing on screen, Nick told me that if you scan those codes, you'll get access to like exclusive little videos or whatever, exclusive clips of the call. Let me see if I can catch one.
Of God.
I'm gonna try to pause it right on time.
Max Striker's evidence provides without a shadow of a doubt that this might just be a video of a black man roaring.
I missed it. I can't try. Are the QR codes for Patreon? No, I think the QR codes are for like little clips of the call that he scattered here and there.
Like a wolf with fake vampire teeth in his mouth. Along with this compelling evidence, we also know details about his family, including his mother's name for some reason.
This video is for... I would like to extend my most heartfelt apology that this is how you have to find out if it's sound. But the fact of the matter is, yours...
For context, they sent this to Camden Gerard Davis's mother, which is kind of strange. They sent it to Camden Gerard Davis's mom, basically, to try and inform him, like, inform her that, like, your son is a piece of cult leader or something. With no evidence whatsoever, by the way. It's literally just this video.
Son, Camden Gerard Davis, has been victimizing hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of
so epic.
You started to like direct your chat to tell them to go reach out to the mom and to the brother to find out information about Camden. Is that that's true, right?
I guess so.
You don't have any proof that they're even involved, right?
Correct. Thank you all for joining the stream and participating in this conversation.
He sounds so defeated. He sounds so sad.
We'll see you, probably never again.
Jesus. She's just there. She's just there coping with the fact that this live stream was a disaster. I wonder if they're going to get mad at him for putting this story up. Because let's say it Israel? Palestine? Let's say it Israel, though. Think about how much he f***ed up the story for them and how, like, now, even if he tries to cover it, it's probably never going to be seen in a positive light and, like, the light it needs to be, treated with the severity and seriousness it needs to be, you know? Maybe someone else will cover it down the line if there's compelling evidence, but I mean, in my eyes, my story, so.
And when people ask why his serious allegations were so over-traumatized and hard to understand, this was his answer.
So, the Mama Max universe.
Do we need to do a voice during this video? Is it really necessary? Is it that bad to do a normal voice? I feel like it's not that bad. I know I have kind of like an easily annoying voice, but it's kind of easy to just use a normal voice on YouTube now. I feel like it gets the point across better than like Joseph Rogan, Shane Gillis. I think the corniness might immediately turn a bunch of people off from what you have to say.
Was it?
If you're trying to get the most amount of attention possible, I feel like it's more helpful to just not do that. He's insecure, but I've heard his normal voice before, and it's totally fine. Like, can I even find his channel's like impossible to find. Let's go here. Yeah.
Streaming now.
His voice is fine.
Let's see who's first.
It's not like he's ugly. He's like a very conventionally attractive dude. I feel like he could just use his normal voice. There's not anything he can do about it.
We don't know. Like, so I thought I was gonna have it out probably a week after.
Yeah. His voice is fine.
That takes place in a dystopian future where child predators have seized global power, exploiting the digital landscape to entrench their rule.
The voice before vocal surgery? Oh, you mean the voice from like the Life Sucks videos or whatever? But I feel like then he was playing up the like sort of beta voice a little bit. I feel like nobody's voice, and even his voice does actually sound like this. Isn't that big of a deal?
Slave homework is truly something that the universe cannot exist without. In fact, I'm willing to guess that despite the amount of apathy, stress, and pain that we are forcing on the children, the world will stop spinning without homework. Okay,
not that bad. I'm all for exposing predators, but the very try-hard presentation of his videos always makes them hard to get through. I mean, I was kind of fine with it, but I understand. I understand what you're saying. I wouldn't blame anyone for being turned off by it.
The children emerged. A covert network of vigilantes inspired by the style of Hotline Miami. Once victims,
oh my
they are now
god.
hunters of the monsters who hurt children.
Hotline
They
Miami.
form a structured rebellion seeking to
He sounds so fucking
predatory
crazy.
Yeah, I'm sure that
He
helped
sounds so
everyone out.
sick
Max
and
claims to
weird.
be advising and protecting the 8 known victims out of Cameron's hundreds of potential
Hey, Nick, it's
abuse.
Camden. It says Camden on screen, Nick. Okay? Get his name right, at least. Come on, buddy. Big criticism here. It's Camden. I will not take the Cameron disrespect. Any Camerons in chat, you're liable for damages for this video, okay?
Abuse survivors, and yet we know next to nothing about him or really them. You can hear some spoken word testimony on a separate YouTube channel that was created by Spencer. Who is Spencer, you ask? A survivor who is now living with Mama Max.
I offered because it felt like the perfect storm. Like, it felt like, okay, clearly this is happening for a reason. I figured if I can just document the prime subject of my documentary, then why not just have her live with me? And since she needed a home.
Don't worry.
Well, it's kind of a conflict of interest if you're financially subsidizing the supposed victim of your case and you haven't even proven that she's innocent yet, right? Maybe after the fact is okay, but the information isn't even out yet and you're letting her live with you?
He's hoping Spencer will be financially independent soon.
That's not to say it's going to be permanent. I do want to get Spencer to become independent at some point. We're going to get all the medical stuff done. Basically, everything. We need to learn how to drive. We're going to do that.
But for some reason, the strapping young roommates decided to post a 4-hour podcast. Unfortunately for the both of them, the biggest takeaway from that podcast is that Max himself is being investigated by the FBI.
I literally got a card.
Really?
Online.
Wait, what does this Reddit post say?
From the FBI. Basically everything. Like, we need to learn how to drive. We're going to do that.
But for some reason...
Has anyone asked what Max means when he says he's contractually obligated to financially support Spencer? In his live stream, Max says twice he's contractually obligated to financially support Spencer. Has anyone ever asked what this contract is or why? That's a good question. Did he say contractually?
The strapping young roommates decided to post a 4-hour podcast. Unfortunately for the both of them, the biggest takeaway from that podcast is that Max himself
What kind of contract would he have to sign to financially support her?
Investigated by the FBI.
Is he committing fraud? I don't know about that.
I literally got a card on my front fence from the FBI. They didn't.
I think the FBI thing was that there was some. I heard there was some mega file he had that was like when he would release videos, sometimes he would release like an evidence dump, and I heard one of the mega files got taken down, and there was a message on the site that said like the FBI is investigating this or something like that. So I think that's what that was basically.
Bother to contact you.
No.
That shows how much more they care about my case than yours.
And Spencer potentially admitted to a crime.
Did you ever recruit?
Yes. So my particular recruitment style will go on Whisper and post about if you want to join a family dynamic, hit me up on Kid. One time he did have me lure a girl like physically.
That sounds fucking illegal.
Wait, shouldn't she be in jail then or something, or like I don't know, punished in some way if she's actually doing that? That sounds kind of cool. I mean, I guess she's a victim in some aspect if she chooses to expose him, but is it not a crime to lure a young girl into a cult, even if you're a part of it? Is it not a crime? I feel like it is. I feel like it must be. It must be.
No.
I lured a girl
Cults
physically.
run pretty much unabated.
We got an
I would
Uber
say.
and went and picked this girl up from
Gillian
like
Maxwell
30
mode.
minutes
As long as they
away.
follow the
She was
laws.
like 13 or 14.
I don't
He
think
kept trying
recruiting
to
cults is
convince
actually
me
against
to
the law. I
convince
don't
her to
think.
have some
Hold on, we'll replace the music on this, but I love the Jeffrey Epstein fan edits. There's definitely some of these on YouTube. Let's see, maybe this one.
I realize what I am. I'm very comfortable in my own skin.
Sounds so
You're
creepy.
invoking your Fifth Amendment rights to each of these questions because you know that your answers will incriminate you and you feel that it will result in you being prosecuted for these crimes. Isn't that right? Well, in fact, the Supreme Court recently said that the Fifth Amendment right is there to protect the innocent.
All day at the gym. This is what I'm listening to. Paste. People are assets. Paste, true. Dude, that's the that Meat Canyon was on. That's why Miss Breezy was mad. Because Meat Canyon knew that she was an asset. He knew she was an asset to be used and squeezed for video editing purposes.
Sex with him, and I was like, no. Thankfully, her parents got her the next day. Me and Kayla are pretty sure
Listen,
that
Max.
went over there and he returned after I was in foster care.
When your victim is going to talk about something where they're potentially implicating themselves in a crime, I mean, I don't know what age they were at the time, but regardless, like, you should absolutely be seeking legal advice before you even think about bringing this up.
Why this was uploaded at all, I will not understand. If anything, they're creating a defamation case for the man they hope to put in prison. Mama Max has chose to make a schizophrenic ARG adventure instead of a detailed allegation video with supporting evidence, so he can...
This is the thing, when he released this video, I gave him advice on this. I was like, you need to have more evidence in this. At least I'm pretty sure I told him that. I think I said you need to have more evidence in this because this is extremely hard to follow. It was like, let's see here. Can we find, is the original video still up? It's probably down. Yeah, this video. Tell me what you guys get from this. Tell me what you understand from this.
Extraterrestrial factions of the same primitive species are at war with each other. Guilty for stealing the blood of children. Based on the pattern among the species, who will win the war?
What are you guys getting from this, like, Happy World Daddy editing video that's, like, trying to explain something about some cult that literally no evidence whatsoever? The comments are turned off. I assume the comments were like, this is what is this actually doing?
Dear Joe Rogan, you've welcomed a diverse range of guests on your podcast, offering different perspectives on various issues. As a father yourself, you're the ideal person to help disseminate our message.
What message? People can't even understand. I think there's only one clip of her talking about what happened in here somewhere.
And I've been confronted with this situation.
I think it's this.
There is danger out there. You shouldn't be walking through the world blindly thinking that everything is just sunshine and rainbows. Because the sad reality is the world is a terrifying place at the end of the day.
You've got this picture of her, you've got this video of her.
Has been victimizing hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of minors.
How do you victimize hundreds upon hundreds of minors as one person? Unless you're literally Jeffrey Epstein with Little St. James, like, how are you getting hundreds? Hundreds upon hundreds of hundreds? Doesn't that imply like almost 1,000 maybe? Upwards of 1,000? Thousands? How do you do that? How can one person do that? I don't understand. I don't.
Help protect and support women who put their trust in him.
Honestly, you do understand. If you go to court, they can pull these live streams for court. You do know that, right?
We are not going to court, Xylem.
So what are you doing? Just hunting them down like a deer? Is that what we're doing?
Have you not been listening to the stream?
Right,
So
but
when
we're not
we
going to
reached
court.
out to the
Isn't the
lawyer,
point to
he
go to
told us
court?
it would not be beneficial to pursue a case against Camden Gerard Davis because he likely does not have substantial assets. So he recommended that we all go in person.
So, okay, so you do plan to go to police, right?
Of course.
If you go to police
so he is
and
going to
say they say, okay, yay.
I've got to
going
pee, guys.
go
I'm
get him or
terribly
whatever,
sorry. I'm
I
gonna
don't know,
pause
live in
it.
a dreamland, whatever you want.
Survivors would likely appear
Sorry.
services.
What bothers me is your answer right there. You've been doing this for 5 years and you don't know how the process goes?
Like our style, don't like no evidence. I mean, it's kind of cool. Like, it's like a schizo person. I do like the editing. Like, it's kind of nice, but some of the best editing in the world, by the way, is this stuff. I love this. Yeah, this kind of stuff. I love this. Whatever this is Sam Hyde stuff, obviously, for like world peace type stuff. But I love these visuals. It's so nice. But like, this is like style over substance, right? You need to have something going on there. You need to have something in there.
How many people have you actually caught?
You need to have evidence.
Mama Max claims you have...
Fancy editing is great. Now we're trying to bring attention to CSA. Well, no. Actually, I disagree. Fancy editing is good when trying to bring attention to CSA because it makes it compelling and easy to watch for the average person. They'll appreciate that. But you need to have the evidence on top of that. You need to have all of it in there. You need to have it meshing together. Presentation is important, but it's the icing on the cake for the actual substance of the video, which needs to be here. The substance, think of it like a cake. The substance of a video is the cake. The presentation is just the icing on top. My videos are decent editing. Like, if you look at them, like me and the Turkey team, we put time into like refining the editing style, making it nice looking, obviously. Like with this video, we put a lot of effort into the visuals, a lot. Like these 3D animations, these are all custom 3D animations, by the way, that my editor did. Shout out to him. They look really nice. But you need to have substance behind it. You need to have something to talk about. If you don't have that, like, what are people going to get out of it? It's just a VFX reel, you know? It's just an editing reel.
Hunted predators for years.
I think the visuals are overwhelming, can't provide understandable info, but they don't have to be. You can incorporate, like, flashy visuals in such a way that you can actually also have the info in there, right? Like, that's a possible thing to do. You can do that. For some reason, Mama Max is not doing that, and I cannot fathom why. The thing that Mudahar said with, like, the screenshots that are like available for 1 second, you need to have them fully readable in the video so people can see what you're talking about.
Years, but it is more than evident that he has no idea what he's doing, and now his past has begun to come under fire.
Well, I guess the question is, like, the next getting at is, like, okay, so you want to enact this change. What do you hope is the eventual result of your video?
Okay.
Of all this?
So I know there's people out there saying I'm doing it to self-serve. I just want my video back up. I don't give a if my video comes back up. It did what it needed to do. The rapist that was in the video is currently in police custody.
Was that as a result of your video, or was that prior to the video?
Yes. People who often point to Pablo Sunny as Mama Max's major successful case. People mention Max. People question Max. This was the one his supporters referenced. Pablo Sunny. I don't even know if I remember this video. Pablo Sunny, Mama Max. For Pablo Sunny. Is this like another like edgy threat video?
Email. Subject line. Mama Maxon is the merciful. And attach a picture of your face with Max's written on your forehead. Just so I know it's you.
Why not just make the video? Why the deep voice, like Batman presentation? Why not just expose the guy? Why do you got a toy with him? When my team was researching the Giggly Goon Clown stuff, they had to file multiple tips with the FBI because they came across foul. They had to file FBI tips. And like that's what you're supposed to do in these situations. That's what you have to do. You know, you have to report it to the authorities. Any evidence you have. Is my hair effed up now? That's whatever. Who cares? Who cares?
So it's because of the video.
I'm so sick of having predators that run away like Pablo Sunny and we don't get them. I am investing all of me into you and the Survivor, Spencer, because
Mama Max claims he needs help from all of these YouTubers, from, checks notes, Joe Rogan to Anthony Fantano, yet he refuses.
What is Anthony Fantano gonna do? This is the weirdest thing. Are you just picking random famous people that you would look up to? When has Anthony Fantano literally ever covered a case of or some weird cult? He literally makes like music reviews. Like, that is all he does. Why would he ever report on this?
Ronnie has dirt on Drake.
This videos feel like a creepypasta fangirl's wet dream. Makes you uncomfortable. I get that. But if you had evidence, I'd be fine. Like, I like stylistic stuff. I like the artistic side of YouTube. It's cool. You just have to have the evidence in there. You have to have the evidence in there. You have to report it to the police. You have to show it to the world. You have to show them everything. Literally everything. You have to show them. And it seems like he wasn't really doing that. This is a funny Fantano video, by the way. Shout out Ronnie Radke, the GOAT.
To accept any form of criticism.
Mama Max should have just made fictional videos. Editing style and God complex is embarrassing and inappropriate. I don't really get the, like, the visuals and stuff is cool. I don't really get the, like, mixing fiction with reality and, like, it's coming from the world of Hotline Miami. Like, why not just do that separately, do your ARG stuff separately, and then do the investigation videos here? Like, with someone like Nexpo is a great example of someone who has a great presentation and covers serious topics sometimes. Like, he's had to cover really weird freaks, really, really weird people. You know, the cult in a boarding school. 7 million views. The presentation is beautiful. The visuals, this guy spends so much time on visuals. I'm like a little envious of how much time he spends because they look so nice. They're so aesthetic, they're so cool. He does these like cool 3D animations like Lemino does. Like, this stuff works. You can do this kind of artistic stuff. Look at this. This is so cool that a YouTuber can do this. It's like Netflix quality. But like, you have to have the evidence in there too. You have to have it all in there. You have to have it with the presentation. And even Nexpo will get the criticism that he goes too far on the presentation. I don't really see that, but if you feel that way, that's whatever. If you really, you know, if you're really kind of not feeling it, you know, that's fine. But Nexpo at the very least does have like evidence in there. He tells the story. He has substance. Mama Max seems like he doesn't.
With a subject matter that matters, and participants who deserve better.
Next one is always
if
substance
what
over
you're saying is
presentation.
100%
Max
true,
saw
I want to see
presentation
this
over
motherfucker
substance.
behind bars. But there's a way to present it, there's a way to handle this before you get to that point, right? And that's what we need to be focusing on. That's like where everything needs to be centered on, and it's where I'm at. And that's all I really can say about the situation.
I would have really appreciated this like 2 months ago when we first reached out. I reached out to you and multiple other creators asking for help, and none of you were responsive. I understand y'all are busy doing your own things, but this is the first time I've ever handled a case of this complexity and magnitude, and that is why I was asking for help. To those of you who are saying I was putting the blame on Muda, I am not, but I do acknowledge that I need help with this case. That was my point.
The first thing we definitely need to discuss is Max's failures in his current ongoing investigation. And these are failures, by the way. The vast majority of help that Max has been able to provide with his deep skill set and large platform is a botched social media campaign called #WeAreReal. The reason I cite this as a failure is simple. Nobody knows anything about the cult that Max claims to be exposing. In fact, I referred to Camden Gerard Davis as Cameron throughout the previous 10 minutes of this video. And I guarantee that most people outside of content creators who've covered the story didn't even realize that. As we've touched on previously, Mama Max has moved in with one of the many girls that he's currently assisting, but records show that doesn't always seem to have been the plan.
I want to actually answer some questions about like why we're doing donations through my Patreon rather than a GoFundMe. That is because I'm contractually obligated to see this case through and make sure Spencer's taken care of. Spencer's moving over to me in a couple of days, actually. I'm going to find her own place. I will be paying for all of them.
Not sure what he meant by contractually obligated, but it sounds to me like Max was planning on getting Spencer a place of her own, but at least right now, they live together. I guess you just...
Is Mama Max's Patreon still doing well? Mama Max Patreon. Let's see this. Oh, it's like shut down. He's got a bunch of free members, but it's like shut down. Just shut it down.
Just can't fake the step survivor atmosphere. But since money was mentioned, just to be clear, in exchange for this person's testimony, Spencer is receiving housing, income from Max's YouTube and Patreon, and also receiving the clout incentive from Max promoting her YouTube channel and placing integral parts of the investigation exclusively over there. This information does not, however, mean that Spencer is lying. What it does showcase is how...
Talk about presentation. This is good presentation with substance. His corny little voice, his New York accent, sounds like Tony Soprano, with the rap trap beat in the background. It's so epic. I love it.
How unethical Max's
By
investigation...
the way, if you guys want to subscribe to this guy, I'm going to put the link in the chat, and I'll put it in the description when I re-upload this too. Subscribe to Nick Diorio. Subscribe to Nick Diorio. Nick Diorio is a guy who always does his due diligence with topics, as far as I've seen. And we did a collab years ago. You guys have seen Turkey Tom, H3H3. We did a 2-part collab video. Here's the first one. You can see his second channel here. Or sorry, you can see his channel linked here. We did a fun collab back in the day. I'm still proud of this video to this day, I think. Some of the points are probably dumb, but...
Cared. We all had his back for years,
Well, my
and we
voice
all
sounded
gave him
different.
the benefit of the doubt time and time again.
Wait, the outro was so fire, I forgot this. Doesn't Ethan dance at the end of this? I think he does.
Oh, day, pray to go, hey. Oh, we sell the clowns around it, look like circus shows, hey. This is not the album either, these are just some throws. This is still so cold when it drops, it's don't be a motherfucking snow day. Hey, boy, it's good and he knows it. He don't say it, he shows it. I'm just like the Rosen. If I shoot it, it goes in.
Gotta do more presentation like that. Here's next part.
Look it up. He's not
Those
intentionally
are all the
encouraging
same
people
characters
to
shown
look
back
up
up.
Ethan's address. He's talking about the amount of wealth you've accumulated and used multiple web...
Yeah, shout out Nick. I love that. I want to do a collab with him soon again. Hopefully we'll run one. I'm doing a collab with Toastify soon, actually. You guys probably know Toastify. He makes good videos. We're doing some collab videos. That's Minecraft popular anyways. Great content. Great videos. Big shout out. Yo, what's up, Nick? Thank you for watching. We are real. Thanks, bro. I actually messaged back to see if he would come on, speak his mind today. I don't know if that's gonna happen. I'd imagine he's either, there's two options. He's either completely offline or he's obsessively watching all of this on the sidelines, like analyzing all of it and then he gets it over it. So, you know, I'll see if we get a response from him. I would like to talk to him and get his thoughts, you know. I'd be willing to hear him out. Thanks for the dono though, Nick.
have been since day one. If Max sweetening the pot isn't enough for you to get outraged over, I certainly wasn't expecting to find out last week on the Mama Max live stream that before all of this, Spencer was Max's close family friend.
Spencer has known my family her whole life. Oh no, she was in the same kindergarten class as my sister. What? I don't think y'all understand like the relationship here.
Like my family was no small.
Yeah, like we were friends before.
Screaming Nick is not green, conflict of interest to me. Like where Nick was like very inclined to believe Ethan and Lex because he personally was friends with them, and you know obviously his best friend at the time, Ethan, who I don't think they're friends anymore, was dating Lex, and so he just believed all of that stuff, and he kind of knew Leighton, so he believed that. I'm kind of sussed out by this. I feel like there might be something weird going on here. I probably wouldn't cover anything regarding my family if anything crazy happened. I probably would not. Just because like I'm involved in other people cover it. I'd really be interviewed about it and talk to them about it, but I would rather not cover it like that because it's a very conflict of interest. I'm going to be told in whatever which way, obviously. You know? Because I have personal bias.
Or we were like actually on a case. Like,
oh no. Great video, by the way. Good video, dude. I miss your videos so much, dude. Are you going to post more?
I should, because I didn't expect to take my dead channel and get a 1 out of 10.
1 out of 10? How many views does it have behind the scenes? Because obviously it's
30,000.
Whoa. I'm proud of you, dude, for getting a video. You got this done in like 4 days.
Dude, I gained back all the subs I lost from not posting in 2 years.
Good stuff. I don't know if you heard on stream, I messaged Max if he would come on. What do you think Max is doing right now?
I think he's probably filming a video about like stabbing a toy or something like that and telling everybody it's gonna somebody, or I don't know, whatever people who lie do.
Interesting. A little bit of a correction. I did manage to find Max's actual Patreon apparently, and it's still up. And he's still got. Actually, can't even see the amount of members, but it's called Striker Films here. No, I thought it was down because I looked at Mama Max and I found a Patreon.
No, yeah, Mama Max,
but it had 245 members.
Films now, yeah. He used to. I think he at peak Muda said he made $15,000 a month, not $100.
Right. Do you want to watch your own video with me, or are you gonna dip?
No, I gotta go grab dinner and do some other. Dude, I haven't slept in like 3 days.
I understand.
I did get this out in 4 days, but I did a month's worth of work, dude. 12-hour editing sessions. I'm gonna pass out in a minute anyway.
Well, you're kind of made up for the past 7 years of no work. See ya, bro. Take care. All right, we'll keep watching.
This is not some stranger that Max is helping out of the kindness of his heart. This is a family friend who's getting a shiny new YouTube channel, some pocket cash to start, and a place to sleep. And for those reasons alone, we could and probably should stop here. Max is not fit to take this case on for Spencer. But it's not just about Spencer, even though it kind of seems that way. 23 days after Max launched the hashtag #WeAreReal campaign, another survivor named Kai, from what is alleged to be her OnlyFans Facebook page, was begging for $20. This $20 would of course be used for wipes, diapers, and eggs for her 2-year-old child. There are now legitimate concerns to raise about how the funds are being distributed.
Why is Max even subsidizing these people at all? They shouldn't just get money from this story. Thanks for the 10 spoofs. They shouldn't just get money from this story. Like, that's kind of strange.
To the survivors. And Max, I want to see a paper trail.
To support this effort, all donations received in October via our Patreon will be allocated for this legal process. All additional funding will be used to film this story.
So just to be clear, guys, the money is going to make more of these amazing videos and not to little kids who need diapers.
Where's the donations going towards? Not that I doubt it won't be going to a good cause for survivors. It's going to the legal case. Spencer is handling all the money.
Oh no!
I am sending it to her. She is the financial manager of the legal case.
Oh no!
Why is one of the victims in charge of all of the money? Why are you not in charge of all of the money? Ethical complaints and money trails aside, I've already told...
Max will send the hitman after you, be careful. What's this thing I hear about Max having, like, he's like, I have shooters that will die for me. He's talking about his Patreon supporters? What does that mean? What does that actually mean? Kind of sussy-wussy, no? Just a little bit?
Told you, Max's videos on Camden are hard to follow. I've showed you an example of how Max responds to criticism as well. Now let's take a closer look at the actual content made for this investigation. Max has released a total of 3...
Airsoft and Co. 2 for 7 says, if Max is contractually obligated to support Spencer, he's not supporting the others. Doesn't it give the victim incentive to drag this and dramatize? Yeah, of course, which is a conflict of interest, because now they're like, how do I get money out of it? Well, you should just be concerned with making the video in its full, you know, and like getting the evidence out there. I mean, for example, like my video about Giggly Goon Clown, not to say I'm super virtuous, because obviously all my videos, I try my best to monetize them. I am trying to monetize every video I make. I want to, because I put time and effort into it. But like with my Giggly Goon Clown video, that video got limited ads like a day after I posted it. It probably made no money. I was okay with that. I'm not going to take it down and try to re-upload it. Like, whatever, it's a dark subject, I'll make the money back on other videos. Like, sometimes you got to take a hit. Why is there like a clear financial incentive to make money off of this case right now?
Main channel videos on the subject matter of the hashtag #WeAreReal campaign. The first of which is titled Brainwash Your Favorite Influencer Trigger Warning.
Welcome to your programming. Kindly send this video to your favorite influencer.
Oh, you didn't know? In one of Max's old videos, he claims to hire hitmen to go after predators? What? Really? That is egregiously illegal. To hire a hitman? And that definitely voids the legal process. I mean, it's fun to be like, oh, let's kill him. You know, I mean, that's kind of fun to say in Minecraft. But you can't do that. You can't make a public statement saying you're hiring hitmen. Spencer said she was 16 at the time of the Camden situation. In the state of Georgia, the statute of limitations is 7 years. If she's over the statute, she has no case. Interesting. Well, even if she has no case, it could still be covered on, you know, a video and get the evidence out there, right? That would be good.
I hate scanning. It pays
Can we get
nothing.
some hashtag #WeAreReals in chat, guys?
I'm gonna stop doing this.
About a third of this 10-minute video is a criticism of cult psychology, and not even the actual issue. Only a few minutes of the video is dedicated to both Camden and Spencer, and 1 full minute of the video is Max begging for shoutouts from large YouTubers and social media icons. The second video is longer, 25 minutes, and it's predominantly a response by Max to his critics.
Your profile picture already speaks volumes about where you're coming from.
In it, Max complains about the first video bombing, and he about the creators who won't drop everything at a moment's notice and cover the all of zero evidence he's distributed thus far for the Camden cult.
We proactively reached out to many different reaction channels, hoping to pique their interest in engaging with a topic of such grave importance. Yet the very purpose of the video falls short when these creators stop responding.
It can be a topic of grave importance, but I mean, once again, like, we watched the video together, Max. We watched this. What reaction are people supposed to give to a schizophrenic video with no evidence or details about what's actually going on, just trying to expose this cult? If you want people to react to it, you need solid evidence. Even beyond that, a lot of people aren't even incentivized to actually go over this case because it's easily demonetized on YouTube. And I can't blame anyone for that, because these people are running businesses, you know? Are you expecting Azzyland to cover this, the reaction channel who reacts to TikToks? Is she supposed to react to this? She's not a police officer. What are you expecting to come from that? I'm not saying he hit up Azzyland, but like people like that, like Oompaville or Charlie, like they're not police investigators, you know? They're trying to make like content that makes money on YouTube. The theory is the FBI is investigating him not because of the mega file, but because many of his videos incite violence and include genuine threats. Well, that'll be a good reason to investigate him, right? Probably.
And the other survivors.
It's just random schizo babble. There's nothing actually substantive in there. There's nothing for people to actually react to. What are they supposed to comment on? Oh, I like the editing. That's all I can say. That's all I managed to say is I like the presentation. But you need to have more than presentation. You need to have substance.
And choose not to engage. Only a handful out of the tons we reached out to gave any type of feedback whatsoever.
Fun little side note, this is actually around the time that Max reached out to me and sent a psychotically worded threat for not covering the story up until this point. Your silence will not be unnoticed. Well, how'd that end up working out for you? At the 21-minute mark, Max throws Spencer on screen to defend him from
Nick's definitely not being silent now, but it's not in the way he wanted. This is a media team viral marketing project, not just one lone psycho. Max is the face. You can make mad money when you're not hindered by self-awareness or a moral compass. Do you have literally any evidence for that? Because I don't think there's a media team behind Max. Also, if it's viral marketing, it didn't exactly work. If there's actually educated, talented people behind this, how the f did it fall so short? I don't believe that for a second. I don't believe anybody who has any experience in viral marketing worked on this.
Criticism.
This video feels very exploitative itself.
Your feelings about the video, without explaining further, are noted. Here's a message from the survivor herself.
So cringe.
Oh no.
Hey everyone, I'm Spencer. I am here to talk today about some of the reactions towards the trailer.
Still still live. Yo, still live.
Hello?
Hey, are you live?
Yeah, what's up, babe?
You want a video to react to? Kind of up your alley?
Review. What's it about?
It's about a vigilante on YouTube who took up a predator case and potentially ruined the entire thing for their victims.
Wait, Mom?
Yeah, there's a good video by Nicholas Diori that just came out and reacted to it. I think you'd enjoy it.
Why would you send me to react to somebody else's video?
That's what you do.
Yeah? How much did he pay you to come in here and talk to me? Why am I not going to cut
$300,000, and I can give you a small cut of that.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll think about it. Maybe I'll check it out. Okay.
I'm gonna send you. Be safe.
What I do not appreciate is people
Dickhead.
on my behalf.
This is the first example of a pattern of behavior exhibited where Max hides behind.
Why is he living with her unless it's a bust? Okay, there's no evidence of busting going on, to be fair. There's no evidence of busting. Literally none. No evidence of busting. Nick actually paid Tom $100,000, dude. I'm on payroll. Nick is a billionaire. You guys don't even realize.
Spencer to shield himself.
Deny the busting allegations, okay?
Criticism. Please note this now, because we will be coming.
The live stream tonight got me thinking. I do not think Mama Max is qualified or ready to be handling real victim stories. I'm concerned that Mama Max is gravely mishandling Spencer's case and giving her false hope due to his naive understanding of the legal system. But before you ask, yes, I do work in the system. Mama Max claims he's raising money to get Spencer a lawyer so they can press charges against Camden. He also called Spencer the primary plaintiff in this case. However, Spencer has stated that she escaped the call 7 years ago, which puts her case outside of the statute of limitations in the state of Georgia. Some could argue it's a federal case, but federal cases often have even something shorter, I assume. The shorter statute of limitations, typically 5 years.
Coming back to it later. Finally, the video ends off with Max retreading a similar story of the allegations against Camden from the video I showed you earlier and in this video.
Hello, friends, it's me. Oh, who the heck are you clicking on my video? Well, let me be the first to welcome you to my channel.
Now, number 3 is a weird one. I've gone back and forth on this, but I think I've settled on the worst of both worlds and a Frankenstein version of the previous 2 videos. It's another 20 minutes of weird, edgy cult psychology stuff that really makes Max sound like he read a book and a few Wikipedia pages and now thinks he's an expert. This one contains even...
This was a criticism I had of Max behind the scenes, like why delve into all this cult psychology when you can work it in with the actual substance? You need to have substance to this case.
Less about the actual investigation, and notably clickbait.
The limitation in SA cases, gotcha. Is there? Hold on. I think it is that federally? Federally. Maine, great. Don't care about that. It looks like it's just state by state, basically. Interesting.
Clickbaited Charlie hard. Like a predator hunter, clickbaiting Moist Critical is fucking crazy.
Yeah, still here. You want me to talk about it a little bit? That rubbed me the wrong way. We talked like a month ago about like what he was working on in his investigation, and then apparently when I had COVID, he messaged me a couple times and I never saw it, and now he's taken that as me ghosting him and ignoring his very important mission. I had COVID. I barely used Discord in the first place. It was a miracle I ever even saw his message to begin with. And during that time, apparently it changed his whole framing of the video in order to make it like a Trojan horse of cancel critical because he didn't respond to my messages and ghosted me.
And for what? To just keep crying that nobody gives your case a free clout transaction? In response to the criticism he got, Max ended up changing the clickbait to Sniper Wolf instead, which I guess is better for some reason because, well, she's liked less. I guess it's a little better because he doesn't just imply she's a predator like he did with Charlie. It's still weird in my personal opinion, though. Alongside those 3 videos, we also have the 4-hour podcast that I previously mentioned, and it contains entirely spoken word testimony and currently lives exclusively on Spencer's personal YouTube channel. This is the most
Monty Spencer. I haven't watched this. 5 hours is so much though. There's no way I can react to this thing. You can't hurt me podcast.
You, I ship with me. I was just.
So going through not.
He brainwashed all of us so.
Not a single piece of evidence.
Seeing like,
So all just witness testimony. You need more of this. We got this. We're stronger than we'll get our justice. This is so powerful. That makes no sense. It's powerful. Hard A. We got good music taste. Very savage. 2 party songs. That's it. Short part.
Information we've gotten about Camden's supposed actions thus far, and it contains nothing actionable that a content creator can use as a foundation for a video. Finally, there were the main channel live streams, and these are by far the worst of the bunch. Much of the same spoken word testimony exists here. Much of the same poor response to criticism exists here. It's also much of the same in terms of complaining about YouTubers not signal boosting him. But the variable here is that he brings in all of Camden's victims and makes them what?
Mama Max new Survivor just dropped live stream called the Smaggle Attack of Debate Group Share. Shout out Smaggle, making it big.
As he debates random people.
I just want to start off with this. As you can tell, I'm very autistic, and I just want to let you guys know that if I step up and say the R word, I have the tools. So just so wrong.
I'm sure this was the productive discussion these survivors envisioned when you told us they wanted to be on the live stream. I'm sure it's what they needed to prove their legitimacy. The constant deflection and usage of survivors as meat shields is also a much more predominant issue on these live streams.
There's a way to prevent it, there's a way to handle this before you get to that point, right? And that's what we need to be focusing on. That's like where everything needs to be centered on. It is where I'm at, and that's all I really can say about the situation. But Max, me and Nux told you about this weeks ago. Almost like you are.
So a much more predominant issue on these live streams.
There's a way to present it, there's a way to handle this before you get to that point, right? And that's what we need to be focusing on. That's like where everything needs to be centered on. It is where I'm at, and that's all I really can say about the situation. But Max, me and Nux told you about it.
Links to a YouTube video.
Yes, so I would like to explain my position on this. Sure. So, the purpose of the NDA.
Hold on. I'm gonna send this to myself so I can open this on my computer instead of the autism way to do it. Cheers to Smaggle, real man of the people. True.
Yes, so I would like to explain my position on this.
Sure.
So, the purpose of the NDA is to protect the survivors. Like, that is why the NDA protects their anonymity, and for them to be able to give the approval of what they want to share.
So I was told that the point of the NDA was so that I wouldn't talk about the video before it was released, which I didn't do. I didn't talk about it before it was released. I don't know if an NDA is valid at this point. Like, what he had me do is, he sent me the NDA, I read it, I was like, okay, whatever. And then I typed my name physically, and that was the NDA. Is that a valid NDA? Is that somebody who's experienced on contracts telling me if that's valid, or do you need to use DocuSign?
But we do want to let people in and see what is occurring here. It's just my priority has been to...
Is there a signature? Well, it was all just
the survivors.
Okay, but you do understand that Charlie looks at every hypothetical, right? Charlie can't then go, guys, there's a predator on the loose. I saw it on Discord. That wouldn't be sufficient for his audience. It's one thing to get somebody on board and to get moral support behind the scenes and just in the group chat. It's another thing to get actual support, the stuff that you're looking for, and you won't get that until you show more publicly.
Right, and I guess the challenge for me with showing the evidence is I personally have not been walked through the evidence besides Spencer's. The survivors in the server, not all of them are as active as we would like.
So does he even have the evidence for everything?
Them to be. Obviously a lot of them have trauma, they talk about it, and that it's hard for them to actually just sit down and...
So he doesn't even know all these other victims. He just thinks Spencer is, I guess he sees some evidence. He doesn't know if these other people are even real victims at all.
And speak with me.
This hundreds claim is bunk.
Me. But that's why I'm just asking the general public to please be patient, because...
Well, if you want to be patient, just wait till you have all the evidence reviewed and then drop the video. Just wait till you have it all.
A lot of things we need to wait for. I am just trying to get the word out that this is Camden Gerard Davis. This is what the accusations against him are.
If somebody gave coverage and more proof to pop up, that is a horrible way to go about all this.
And it's also, you can also, we are fine saying this is all alleged. We are fine if...
But you can't just say it's alleged.
No. Yeah.
I'm fine doing it because I
trust them. Pedophilia accusation. And your evidence is, I haven't reviewed it, I trust them. That is so damning. This is a horrible clip.
All I wanted to
But
do.
you said you didn't review most of the evidence besides Spencer, though.
I reviewed the evidence. I just haven't had the context as to what it is pertaining to.
So you don't even know the context is the most important part, because it could all be completely out of context.
But you don't understand.
Yeah, in the exact timeline, which has been just one of many reasons why it's been such a struggle to create the comprehensive timelines, as I'm waiting on a lot of different things.
But you see, that's why people are inflamed with you right now. It's because you just told me in this call that you didn't properly review every single victim, and now you're calling right?
If he has legitimate proof, why isn't this dude in jail? Good question.
Whatever happened, I don't know.
Wallahi, bro, for sure.
Now you're saying in this call that we're fine using the term allegedly. You've been calling this person a pedophile, and you've been having this expectation that we just jump on board when, you are the chief investigator in this. It's not me, it's not Nick, it's no one else. You are the chief storyteller, the investigator, the person who has, we believe that you were the only person up till now who has reviewed every single bit of evidence and put the context into your head. And if you've only read Spencer's, which is fine, that's one testimony, we've been told that he has trafficked hundreds of people.
Yes.
Is there evidence now that there are hundreds of people?
Max doesn't even know if there's hundreds.
So we can get into the public stuff at a later time.
Bad.
I would like for.
Oh my god, this is bad. Wow. I hope that full call gets released soon, just in order.
This week's almost a month at this point. Exactly.
Evidence structure.
Right.
And it is literally that.
I am working at the my platform is for the survivors. And if they want to stream, that is what we're going to do. We're going to stream.
The nature of live content is inherently volatile. Everyone knows this. At any moment, you could say something stupid, and now it exists online in some capacity forever. I imagine you're now wondering why anyone in Max's position would want to take civilian abuse survivors and subject them to such scrutiny. I mean, they're building a case to get Camden prosecuted, right? Well, actually, as of late November, an entire month after the hashtag #WeAreReal campaign started, it sounded like we were gearing up for a civil case. Or at the very least, no one was interested in getting police involved.
When's the last time that
That's so funny. They made a bingo card for stuff you could do on live stream. Mentions Nick streams, covert legal threat, burps into mic. I'm contractually obligated, NDA, can't talk about that. Can't release evidence. I consulted experts in the call. Kai was whatever. Contact us through Twitter then. That's so funny.
I think I just saw my own
The live
corpse.
streams were just such a mess that people were able to find the the typical tropes from everyone on his own subreddit on Max Man.
Right? Well, actually, as of late November, an entire month after the hashtag #WeAreReal campaign started, it sounded like we were gearing up for a civil case. Or at the very least, no one was interested in getting police involved.
When's the last time that any of this has been brought to any authorities, like the FBI or police?
Probably about 3 years ago.
3 years. So you guys, now that you guys have this, and how long have you guys been sort of talking to Mama Max, or how long have you guys been wanting to talk?
For like 2.5 years.
Well, now that you guys are sort of getting a case together, don't you think it'd be a better idea to record the videos and give it to the authorities again, now that you're like all together and you can sort of go into the collective to the police?
I mean, we could have done that, but at the same time, with the track record that we've already seen, it just didn't
get out.
seem
No!
about having more of us survivors to do this.
Yes, I feel the urgency of the matter requires all of us to start bringing the survivors together. I don't want to wait for the bureau.
Why was this not done before the video came out? I don't understand. Why was this not done before the live stream? Why did you not have all the evidence? This is the conflict of interest is so clear. I trust the victims. I trust they're telling the truth. Cameron Gerard Davis, destructive cult leader, victimized hundreds of minors. Find him. He's calling to dox this guy that he doesn't even know if he did anything wrong.
Bureaucracy of law enforcement to take their time, and it's already been 7 years with multiple reports.
And maybe the people didn't have evidence. Maybe didn't have evidence of anything. That's the problem, dude. Maybe the reason why it's been 7 years, nothing's gone through, is because you have no evidence that any of this happened. You're the lead investigator. You don't even know. Trust me, bro. I trust them. I trust them. I trust them. I trust the victims. You don't even know they're victims. You have no idea who they are. I could be a victim right now. I could be like, I'm a victim of Camden Gerard Davis and getting that Discord. Oh my god.
To court as well, because this is absurd.
Yeah, You heard that right. At the time of this stream, they had been working on this case for years and didn't think it was worth looping in authorities in any capacity. The last time cops even saw the Spencer case was well before she was with Max. While by all accounts this clip is absolutely unhinged, it is worth noting that Max said the exact opposite in his most recent live stream. In fact, I've already played you this clip.
So when we reached out to the lawyer, he told us it would not be beneficial to pursue a case against Camden Gerard Davis because he likely does not have substantial assets.
What victim do you know that wants to be the center of YouTubers' video series? I mean, sometimes it can be helpful for a victim to get their voice out, but a lot of the time a real victim will, I'm not saying Spencer's not a real victim because I don't know, but ultimately innocent until proven guilty for Camden at the very least. A lot of them will want to hide. I've seen a lot of cases where victims want to be completely anonymous because they don't want their life to be tied to this forever publicly and just relive the past constantly. They'd rather just escape it, you know? Do you think Charlie's a bit of a simp when it comes to covering drama that has to do with females? I don't know. You tell me. I don't think so. I like critical. Fill me in on what the deal is there. Get into it.
So he recommended that we all go in person to report him to the police station that is in his jurisdiction.
Well, now that you guys are sort of getting a case together, don't you think it'd be a better idea to, before the video, to give it to the authorities again, now that you're like all together and you can sort of go as a collective to the police?
So he recommended that we all go in person to report him to the police station that is in his jurisdiction.
This means that after all the videos, streams, and podcasts were filmed, uploaded, and reacted to, Max finally went to a lawyer who basically told him his entire plan for these women completely sucked, and now he's dramatically changing course in real time. Once again, Max is unfit to be spearheading a case of this size.
I designed this trick.
This is the thing I don't understand. Like, with a case like this, with this much magnitude and has this much going on, you have to have a lot of tact. You have to have a lot of tact. You have to have your research on point. You have to have your evidence on point, and you need to make sure everything is squared away before you do anything publicly. Max had a Patreon that was paying for his expenses. He had people paying for him to exist, so he could do this consistently. I think at one point, he was making $7,000, $8,000 a month off of his Patreon. He had enough, well, more than enough money to just do his own and like exist. You know, he didn't need the money. So why the impetus to rush out this case?
Trailer as a catalyst for meaningful discussions, laced with hidden layers and nuanced elements to encourage in-depth analysis. These secrets are breadcrumbs that guide viewers toward a deeper understanding of these.
Can somebody just show us what he did? Since this situation was so poorly handled, there are still things I'm leaving out just to make the video watchable. But like, why would he change his channel name to God Cult? I'm sorry, I didn't mention that.
After consulting with multiple experts.
Make it extremely difficult for anyone to even find it and talk about it. Change your name to God Cult. Change your entire branding and personality. Good move, dude. That definitely helped the victims out a lot. That made them feel way better, I bet.
In cult psychology, it became clear to me that many influencers employ cult-like techniques to build and retain their audiences.
Dude, this is the weirdest thing. He was telling me, he was like, cult-like techniques, like Sniper Wolf. What is the cult-like technique of Sniper Wolf? What the is the cult-like technique of Sniper Wolf? That she's hot? I mean, I guess I'm in that cult then, because Sniper Wolf can dox me in Minecraft, but realistically, like, what is the cult-like tendency of the average YouTuber? Just that they have like a loyal fan base who likes them? Is that literally it? I remember telling him this behind the scenes. I was like, you can't be like, it's ridiculous to compare a real cult to a YouTuber. YouTubers are not running cults. YouTubers are not running cults. YouTubers are making YouTube videos. The Discord cult. Where's the evidence, bro?
For this reason, I chose to brand the channel as God Cult.
Like, for his big investigation, he made all of the video metadata unrelated to the subject matter. And he's begging us to take him seriously? Because all that accomplished was making sure...
Is Max going through some kind of mental break? Is there something wrong with him? Shut up. We talked about Max's ex-girlfriend. We don't know a lot about this. But he basically made Max in a like, mentally unwell state. That seems to line up with what's going on now.
One shot.
Is it this video? Is there a second? It's not. I don't know which one it is, but it's one of these videos somewhere in here. He talks about Mama Max and talks about how he's like a psychotic person. We'll try this one and then we'll move on because I don't want to spend too much time trying to figure it out. Well, here we go.
Was pretty robust. Yes, he did do some of the stuff. At least it's proven, and he admits himself that he did at least a...
He's a complete psychopath. He's not. Don't get Listen, it's tempting to really, you know, run to the ends of the earth with this. He's not a psychopath. He's not. I mean, he's kind of weird, I guess, but he's not a psychopath. He's not like a deranged person. He seems like he got swept up in this situation because his family friend, being Spencer, was involved in it. And he just ran with it because he thought that it was proven because of her, and it really wasn't.
A big portion of the stuff that is claimed. He was a psychotic freak that stalked and harassed this woman. Yes, he did do that. I mean, why is the way people speak about it after the fact? People are just like, well, yeah, he was a bit mean, wasn't he? And all the allegations. No, there's police reports, contemporaneous police reports, and a message of him apologising for the psycho behaviour as well. But people talk about it like he was just, you know, badly maligned.
I love Shadaj.
I just don't think that's really fair. I mean, if you're going to talk about it, you've got to do it in a way that actually represents what he did.
I don't buy it as malicious. I don't think it's malicious. If he is, he doesn't have to be a psychopath.
And I'm not saying he destroyed or anything.
That's fine. Yes, it is. I mean, like, just because you have accusations doesn't mean they're guilty. It doesn't mean you're guilty of anything. But it is weird to me that Max believes the allegations about this guy. Like, no evidence, no witness testimony. When he has 5 examples, he's a crazy person.
Something like that over there, I don't really agree with that. But to act like it was just a minor relationship issue makes it say when like he was police reports against this guy. It's nuts! What he was doing was great. Maybe he's changed somewhat. I mean, other people say that maliciously. I don't think it's quite as bad as what he did there. So he probably has changed. But can we at least talk about it actually? Talk about it. And the other thing to bear in mind as well, okay, further to that is the second story where she claims that she was 17 and he claimed to be 18 when they meet, and then later found out he was older, all that business, you know, goes into say that like talk about that can't really be confirmed or whatever one way or another. But like I was thinking,
first try.
This Queen pointed out, which is a very good
his age, that's pretty odd.
And it got me to thinking, what would Mama Max do if the tables were turned?
What would he do?
His main subscriber base didn't see his big video. In reality,
What is with this meme saying Leviathans are coming for you? What is a Leviathan? A biblical sea monster identified in different passages with the whale and crocodile. This thing is coming for me? Should I be scared? Do I need to learn jujitsu if these things are coming for me? What's going on? One of the top comments in one of my recent videos, what one was it? Was it, I think it was this one? Mama Max? It must be, hold on, this one? There was some comment that got heavily uploaded that was like, Leviathans are coming for you, Turkey Tom. I was like, what is this? Should I be afraid? What's going on? Not a real monster? You never know.
most people probably thought they were subscribed to a YouTuber who was hacked. And this misstep was not just a direct contributing factor, it is the reason his video bombed. Instead of realizing this and course correcting, the narcissistic man-child in charge blames literally everyone else in this situation while acting like he's God's gift to abuse survivors in the same breath.
I had hoped that influencers, especially those who've interacted with my content before, would step up. Unfortunately, it seems that self-preservation outweighs child welfare for most influencers.
For someone
Dad Dragon says I'm the Leviathan. Hopefully that means more donos from you.
who claims to be so righteous and humbly asking busy YouTubers for support, imagine my shock when Muda and I sat down with Max, only to be berated by both him and Spencer for not doing more.
Yeah, why are you putting it all on me?
Because it's your case!
That is such a crazy thing. Obviously, I can't. Nick says it here, but it's your case. Like, Max is the person covering this. He's the person who's, like, giving the story out. Why are you putting it on me? Because it's your case. Like, people need to see the evidence because you're the one who's bringing it to the public.
You're the one bringing it. Why are you
Absolutely. I am the first one.
You are the only one! You haven't convinced anyone.
Leviathan's this, werewolf, vampire that. Whatever happened to the Draugrs and Minotaurs? Good question, Dakota. Thank you for the 5.
To come on board yet.
You haven't convinced exactly.
That's because you haven't been listening to them.
That's because you haven't been giving anybody anything to.
My favorite mythical creature, side note, is Medusa. Those snakes, dude. Talk about sloppy toppy.
$40.
For months.
Yeah, and I had a 2-hour
Muta, why-
call, and I'm
Muta.
not moving anywhere close to the situation.
Muta, why can't you take initiative to talk to other survivors?
Well, I'm talking to you right now more than anybody else.
And mind you, this is after.
Also, this thing, why can't you take initiative? It's not his case, dude. It's not everybody's responsibility to talk about your thing. I'm sorry, you're not entitled to have your experience talked about by anyone. You're not. Max became infatuated with a girl he never dated. He stalked and harassed her for years. He carved her new Fief's name in his arm and then tried to game end himself. He was military discharged with his police records. Jesus. Well, I mean, that's kind of sad. I kind of feel bad for the rest of this. Jesus. Going through it, dude. Down bad. Can't catch yourself carving for a girl. Shout out to the carvers, dude. Shout out to the carvers worldwide. That's sad. I feel bad for him.
Max broke Mudahar's trust by using Mudahar viewing evidence privately and signing an NDA so he can't discuss what he saw as like a clout transaction so the audience
Muda,
will
just do
believe
our
the
job.
evidence exists.
Yeah.
We have evidence in a Discord server.
With other influencers as well.
Yes, you can ask Mudahar.
Why am I there? Why is 50 Cent Turkey Tom there just on screen? Big question here. The Crazy Cutter. Shout out to the Crazy Cutters, Wavy.
Or if he's seen some of the evidence.
This is like beyond messed up. Here's a prime example of Max using Spencer as a human shield.
Well, I'm asking why you did not directly contact me, but contact us only in public streams.
Let's see, I contacted you November 27th. Max, I've seen your latest video. I've caught up with this whole situation. I have texted you.
What it felt like seeing him on streams.
You went on with Tommy and Lyrics and are sitting there talking to them when you literally haven't spoken to the other survivors.
Hold on, can you put Max on for a second?
I'm right here. Once again, like, I mean, it sucks for her, but you can't expect anyone to cover your case except for you. The burden of evidence is on you, not on anyone else. The burden of evidence, the burden of getting the story out there, the burden of proving it is literally not anybody but yourself. But yourself. It's not Mudahar's responsibility. I mean, he covers dark cases sometimes. Don't get me wrong. He's got a problem. He's got stuff to talk about. He's got stuff to do. It's not his responsibility. It's the responsibility of you. If you get the police involved, it can be their responsibility. Mama Max said he wanted to cover the story actively, so now that he's involved, deep, it's his responsibility. It's not Mudahar's responsibility. It's not Joe Rogan's responsibility. Okay? I love Joe Rogan. Don't get me wrong. I love Joe Rogan. I love Joe Rogan. But I'm not expecting this guy.
Just come to make sure your baby's okay.
I'm not expecting this guy to do a deep dive on your cult case.
Crazy 800-pound silverback is bursting through the trees. It's right in your face.
Monkey mode.
Feet and tail hanging out of his mouth. He's going just slowly choking this thing down, eating this entire monkey whole. And the tail and the little feet are poking out. And it's like. See if you can find that. Down, chasing it.
This guy, the guy who's saying, see if you can find that, see if you can find the beast eating a monkey, is the guy that you're trusting to cover your essay story. Spoiler alert, 10617, hilarious. Gotcha, well, we're getting there. We've been taking our time on this video, but we'll get there.
Joseph Rogan.
Boom!
Yeah.
Snap.
The bear caught up to the moose and broke its back.
With a slap.
Just bang! And the moose slams against the...
I love seeing Joe talk about this stuff. My dad has become Joe Rogan build recently, but I think part of it is, like, my dad is kind of like Joe, where he just likes seeing animals rip things apart. So, like, the things that my dad will send me over text is, like Tony Soprano memes, which I love, by the way. Man, if my dad's not watching this, but spiritually, I love you, Dad. I'm gonna cry. But Tony Soprano memes, or he'll send me a video of like a bear eating a deer and be like, this is crazy. This is crazy, right? This is crazy. It is crazy. Hey, Jimmy, pull up the clip of Tom being that type of guy. True.
Oh, I'm coming after you, Mudahar. Stand back, stand back. Spencer, can you tell him what you felt? You are literally just a little snake hiding behind her, dude. That's disgusting.
Can you listen to me? Can you listen to me?
Max is upset that Muda is going against him and flinging Spencer at him like a rag doll. Since you already know about the leaked recordings, you should also probably know about...
It's funny to think about them being in a call together, because then you realize that Max and Spencer are in the same apartment or in the same room, likely, on a call together. It's so funny. It's so epic, dude.
The nature of Max.
Someday I'm gonna fly a girl out. I'm gonna fly her to my apartment, and we're gonna do like a Fortnite stream together. And she's gonna be in that room, and I'm gonna be really like Fortnite. And then I'm gonna get out and go back. That's gonna be the most epic moment of my entire career. Oh my god, I'm gonna play Fortnite in the world, you guys know. Although not Summer, I'm bringing Summer on stream. We're not playing. It's not happening. That's fake.
This is evidence and how Max fucking suspicions that he's expressed about Camden Gerard Davis.
Well, I addressed him. That's how he's been described by the survivors. And even to
boyfriend, I don't know about that.
Testimonials themselves serve as evidence in the court of law. So
yeah, but not in the court of law. Testimonials are sworn under oath to someone who's not lying. You have to swear on a God so you're not lying. Or swear on others not lying. They will be held in contempt of the court. What is the penalty for perjury? What is the federal penalty for perjury? Withdrawing a 401k. Lol. Maximum federal prison sentence of 5 years. So you face jail time. So obviously it's going to be a more serious form of evidence. And also, typically, witness testimony is not enough to convict someone. Typically, you need a little bit more, at least circumstantial evidence to convince a jury.
to me, that is all of the evidence I need to say this man is a sexual predator and cult leader.
So you're saying the allegation in and of itself is the evidence?
That's my blood all over the feathers.
In and of itself is the evidence.
It was everything. It was the evidence that was already there. It was the amount of them. It was the consistency of their testimonials, and it was.
You see the fallacy in that. Like, imagine if I said, "Max, you're a rapist," and somebody.
It's hearsay. It is hearsay. It's a he said, she said situation right now on, like, apparently the most serious cult of all time. How can you trust this at all? And it's crazy. It's crazy that Mama Max even admits that on the stream. He admits that he doesn't even have, well, not on the stream, on the call. Has he ever said that publicly, that he doesn't have evidence, that he's just trusting these people? Thank you, Props, for becoming a member.
Was to say, oh, well,
Stole
that's a statement of
whole
fact,
flow
because Muda made this statement, and that...
You don't have to say Muda made the statement. Say 5 girls.
He stole my whole flow. Beat for beat, bar for bar.
5 girls said it.
Yes,
Without
after they were in a group chat together for 3 months, after changing their allegations.
Wait, I'm sorry. What group chat are you in? The evidence server with all of the girls?
That's a great point.
There is evidence in there. It's not just...
You have to sign an NDA before I can send any evidence. You want to join the server? This is the thing. He's like, well, they changed their story. They weren't in a group chat. It was just a group chat. What do you have on Discord for the victims? It's just a group chat. It's literally just a group chat. And this is so disappointing too, because I liked Max, and one part of me still likes him. Obviously, I know you guys all hate him, but you know, I've met this guy in real life. Like, some part of me still kind of likes him and wants him to do good. I think it would be good. I know he posted kind of a pseudo apology video the other day, but I think if he's able to apologize for all this and maybe move on past this, he could do other videos. But I think it would be hard for anyone to trust him to do a P-word investigation in the future. And it seems like someone who he started with good intentions to actually expose and empower children on YouTube, and that's good. That's noble. That's very noble. But it seems like it kind of ended up being the high complex thing where he doesn't actually have any evidence about this people.
Just then want to take down...
But there was evidence in the other one too, right? You did go on...
Did he not? Hold on. I thought he kind of did a little bit, maybe. He seems somewhat apologetic in this video.
So, I just completed a 30-minute video.
This is a huge self-pity and how embarrassing Max used to respect you. Can we normalize letting the authorities conducting investigations, not YouTubers? This is coming from a survivor of domestic violence and a former subscriber. Let me get this straight. I'm not someone like you to have handled something like my case. I went through something similar that these survivors did where the police haven't listened. Doxing, making your every public move. Every move public is not the end of the case. You've taken every misstep you could out to make sure this guy gets away. If he's guilty. If he's guilty. Big if. You ignore those who rightfully call you out on the unethical nature of your videos and platform. Your mishandling of this in many other cases, and you never apologize for anything you've done, let alone take accountability. You have failed. If you care so much about evidence being found, why would you share experimental approaches to bolster this case? Why would you make this so public? To me, to so many other survivors like me, this brings out that you're only doing this for show. I support your cause. Shame on your acts. Shame on you.
called Silencing All Survivors.
Didn't go that well, I guess.
That addresses pretty much everything. It addresses criticisms. It addresses my approach. It includes apologies.
And the most weird thing about it is that the past 4 videos are all about this case, and none of them actually go into the details of it. So this case is just totally gone. The viewer interest in it is totally gone. And maybe the viewer interest in Mama Max in general. Unless he puts out a super fire video after this about this, and actually, maybe he'll, you know what would be actually really cool? He probably shouldn't do this, but, actually he definitely shouldn't do this. I shouldn't say this would be cool, but let's say, hypothetical reality, what if this did happen? What if, after all this comes out, Max leaves for 6 months and comes back with a banger video that gets Gerard Davis and he gets him arrested? I mean, if this Camden Gerard Davis, you know, is actually guilty, it would be nice for him to see him get put in jail, but... Can I get some blessings in chat?
Includes a call to action on Camden, a little bit of information about everything. Like,
this video is a mess of nothing. This is nothing.
On her Facebook and post the self-harm stuff, you did, like, all those social media messages and stuff like that. That was you, right? Be it not the most important part of the story, clearly, but, like, it's not like they just lied about you.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
You were, like, at the social media part where you put, like, the self-harm video on Haley's thing. That was real, correct?
Oh yes, that was real.
Oh man, allegations are evidence. Our professional P-word hunter
Shout out Flamenco. Stole his whole flow.
has gone to the same law school
I
as...
didn't even realize that's what you guys were talking about at first. I didn't even realize that was the reference. Damn.
Flamenco. Yes, your ears do not deceive you. A man who himself has been accused of abuse by...
I apologize for taking your stinking piss on my new soda stream machine your mother got me for Christmas. I'm crying just consider rehab for your crocodile problem. Dude, actually, this is so great. I'm addicted to workahol. You guys ever been addicted to workahol?
Oh, the stars. It was good to see those workaholic guys, because I personally am a workaholic. For many years, I was helplessly addicted to workahol.
Shut up, Norm. To go. Thank you, Costco, for becoming a member.
5 of his former friends and exes.
I'm addicted to fentanyl. Mama Max made me do fentanyl. Thank you for the dono. Array you?
Max believes that spoken word testimony is more than enough to make the claims he's made here. This justification has been used to dox Camden's mother and swing his audience of rabid abuse survivors in her direction.
Lyric's the streamer he debates Max. Max says he thinks his audience something harassing Camden's family is justified if it leads to an arrest or info about him. Harmful precedent this sets.
According to Spencer, Camden's mother had absolutely no knowledge of Spencer living in her home for the entirety of the 4 months she was there.
I don't understand this. Is her mother addicted to Xanax bars, or is his mother addicted to Xanax bars? How does somebody live in your house for 4 months? For 4 months, can you not know? Is it a giant estate with 5 guest houses that they were all staying in?
According to Spencer, Camden does not even live with his mother currently. There is no acceptable excuse.
Mama Max forced me to do fentanyl. Cobby Lame got me addicted to Poopinol.
Why Camden's family was doxxed and maliciously targeted by Mama Max. While discussing this case, there have also been real concerns at who Max refers to each time he talks about lawyers.
Okay, so look at what I just sent you.
Yeah, you sent me a chat GPT prompt, not a legal definition.
Can testimonies, if there are enough from multiple people, count as evidence in court? Yes, testimonies from multiple people can count as evidence in court. In legal proceedings, testimonies are considered a vital form of evidence. When multiple witnesses provide consistent testimonies, it can strengthen the case as it demonstrates corroboration among different sources. However, the weight given to these testimonies can vary on factors like the credibility of the witness, the consistency of their accounts, and the relevance of their testimony to the case. Why is he using ChatGPT for legal advice? Why can't he just talk to a lawyer? He has enough money to consult a lawyer. Some lawyers will do free consultations even. Why can't he just consult a lawyer? I don't understand at all. I don't understand.
Do you, I mean, we can argue legal semantics all we want.
No,
We're not lawyers.
Semantics. We have to look at exact definition matters. You're going in with evidence that can't be 100% corroborated. You're going in with allegations as an evidence.
420.
Semantics is
Are
the
we
wrong
talking to
term.
your lawyer,
Yep.
ChatGPT, right now? Like, what the fuck is going on?
You know if I make a video on this, this is what I have to work with. How do you honestly think I can take your side? Logically, if tomorrow I was like, oh, where's
Why are
Max
you
Payne's
arguing
legal
with him?
Oh, ChatGPT.
He's
ChatGPT
absolutely right.
understands the legal system.
While I fully believe that Mama Max is speaking to legitimate lawyers in some capacity, sending us something like this to explain his position is absolutely absurd. And I find it funny that he wants us to take him seriously. Quite possibly the biggest bombshell in regard to the Camden case, and no, shockingly it wasn't the allegations or evidence thing, is that Mama Max hasn't even seen all of his own evidence yet.
Holy
You are putting words in my mouth.
I'm not putting words in your mouth. That's what you said.
not.
You said you only verified Spencer's evidence. You didn't even properly analyze or timeline the evidence of the other victims. That's not putting words into your mouth. That's literally
Okay,
repeating.
can you allow me to clarify them?
Sure, clarify this, please.
I am in the server where they are posting evidence. Not all of them have walked me through what the evidence is as to what the content is.
Okay.
Why are you
So you
after
can't
this guy
verify
like
the
you
evidence.
fucked your mom?
What does
Did he
that
fuck
mean
your
I can't
mom?
verify it?
You can't verify if what they're posting is legitimate.
It means that there's a much larger issue here. Not only do we have no idea what's going on, it seems like you don't know what's going on.
I do know it. I don't know the complete story.
You're the complete story.
You have to know the complete story, or at least you have to report it like you have to report it like you don't know it. Like these are allegations. You have to be so careful with this stuff, man. It's so dangerous.
Damn it.
You hurt
Everything's fucking turned around.
survivors who are actually survivors. You know, this is the part that's maybe left out about the conversation. You hurt actual survivors by misreporting this, because then their cases are going to be taken less seriously. If someone like Spencer is an actual survivor, if these other people are survivors,
Oh yeah,
who are hurting
that's
their case
that's
by
exactly
putting
right.
up, having all these crazy drama streams, why is Muda wasting time on this clown? Just drop it. Well, because Muda is his friend. Muda is Max's friend and defended him for a long time. And there's a good Chud Logic call about this, actually, where he kind of goes into this in depth a little bit and expresses regret for ever trusting him, but he basically just has to admit, like, I was kind of in this situation, you know?
Anything that I can imagine, and, like, I'm not even finding about anything in reality. It's insane, so, you know.
Okay, well, the biggest question I've got for you, right? I mean, you know, I appreciate the fact that you are recognizing a lot of these issues, right? But the question I'd have is, like, why did it take you so long to get to this point?
So this point has kind of been building since my first.
Muda's an idiot. Muda's not an idiot. I like Muda. Maybe you could. The biggest criticism you can give him here is he trusted a friend too much, and that does hurt his credibility a little bit. But if he's doing his best to rectify it, then I don't really see a problem with him. You know, I like Mudahar. We won't stand for Mudahar slander in chat unless he does anything really bad. But I don't think he ever will. Muda's gullible. I mean, I guess that's the worst criticism you can give him. He's gullible. But if he's working to rectify it, he have an H3 story. You guys probably remember this. He apologized. This is over the fruitful lawsuit. Yeah, this one. Mudahar's one YouTuber who will actually come out and apologize. You know, he'll put some skin in the game. He'll acknowledge he f***ed up.
Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and I owe an apology, 100%. Now, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the off-the-cuff video quality out there. It's an apology that I have to pretty much get out 100%. Because I kind of want to make this video before sort of like any other, 100 like mini channels picked this up and covered it. Because the reality of it is, I do owe an apology, and the last thing I want to see is people fight for me when I'm clearly in the wrong. Now,
Muda's a good guy. I mean, the thing is, like, I like Mudahar. I don't know him that well. I don't know if he's a good guy. The thing I'm more concerned with above someone being a good guy is what they do with their public platform.
Are you here as a customer?
Hey, sober war.
must apologise. I'm afraid I've very little to offer.
I bought you out. That's just why you have little to offer.
Apologize on their public platform when they pick up a story or rectify it privately, however they see fit. I think that's a really good thing and it's commendable, and people should be open to that. You know, he's someone who is not clouded by ego. He's willing to admit when he's wrong when he fucked up.
I made 2 videos. One of them was the hypocrisy of Ethan Klein, and I've made another video where I followed up retracting a wrong point that I made. Now, I donation shamed Jeff Bezos, or not I donation shamed, I claimed Ethan Klein had donation shamed Jeff Bezos for $100 million, which was a complete fallacy. Wrong. I made that video sort of in kind of like, you know, anger at being like a former fan, uploaded it, and I made a wrong statement. And for that, I 100% owe Ethan a complete apology for that video. It was wrong, and I should have checked the sources better.
Nick tweeted out, Mr. President, the second Mama Max videos hit the tower. Based.
Sure, 100%. Now, that being said, a lot of people have sent me like one clip in particular, which if it can load up real quick, I don't know if the audio works or it does. It looks like it's working. But a lot of people
And he apologized when he picked it up. I'll remove my video from docs and stuff. That being said, that responsibility is put out by him shows how out of touch he is. He kind of walked it back a little here, but you know, this video is like really dropping the ego.
Sending me this clip where he was like in the middle of like the Australian like
people make mistakes. It's important to acknowledge and learn.
Donation change Jeff Bezos, which is kind of
weird.
They sent me this like
he
sent me
makes
this
that
clip.
yeah, don't like that.
Like another couple extra seconds of context, but Ethan actually wasn't really donation shaming Jeff Bezos over there, kind of like more asking the question, but you know, being the internet and what it is, a lot of people quickly make a speculation, which coincidentally is something that I did, and I was wrong. So, you know, it's time to call out what it is, what's worth being called out.
There he is, he's apologizing, and he did the same thing with Mama Max. This shows, in my opinion, a pattern of behavior. Acknowledging when he messes up, you know. I don't know that he's a good guy. I don't know that that's that important. He may be, he may not be. I think he's probably a decent person. You know, he's giving me some decent advice behind the scenes. But I think what's really important to acknowledge is that on a public platform, he's willing to admit when he thinks he made a big mistake.
I want to say like a couple months ago when this whole started, and I was talking with Tommy C, right? And I want to say like the eyes were kind of opening up, because for the longest time, I will admit that me alongside multiple other creators were kind of giving Max the benefit of the doubt, because, you know, he made pretty big videos, which admittedly I didn't look at every single second of them. Yeah, he was hunting, so it was really a situation where it was a lot of, I want to say, unearned, what is that word? Unearned, credibility. You know, yeah, unearned credibility for because he's such a big creator. And it wasn't until like I had that discussion with Tommy C, and Tommy was obviously criticizing him just as everyone is, way before everyone else. So it was talking to him, it was talking to Nicholas Diorio, and then what really sealed the deal was when, I want to say 2 months ago, we had received the initial DMs to this entire situation, right? This cult situation. He told me he was working on a cult project, and I was like, okay, sure. I mean, I'm down to help out if I can in any way.
I was talking about this.
Because that's what
I just take my neck out publicly because I didn't know about any of it, and I've never really done that. So I don't know enough about the situation. I try to just stay out of it, even when it's a personal friend. I try not to ascribe too much credibility, and it probably will happen in the future. You know, I probably will hear something from a friend and I'll probably cover it favorably for them. I'm gonna try not to, obviously, but like, I am human, you know? If I see somebody trying to expose something publicly, it's not totally unlikely that I'm gonna believe them off the bat. Maybe I'll have to issue a correction for that, you know, and I'm totally fine with that. I think, I'm someone who isn't super attached to people and like what they do as much as I am ideas and principles, and I'm trying to be that way anyway. And so, you know, it could happen in the future, who knows? Maybe it's happened in the past and I'll be called out for it, and who knows? But here, Woodahar is publicly acknowledging, like, you know what, I was a silly Billy, you know?
But I say to any creators that I'm on, you know, a friendly term with, right? Like if Coffee hit me up or Barely or, you know, Charlie, I'm like, sure, I'll help out. He sent us, like, when he released that brainwashing criticism, looking through old break, but no. I mean, it does bother me, but if it's not a sting operation, he's still culpable under
harassment and
full companies like Disney and...
Like, this is him disavowing Mama Max, and now he just released a video about it. So I think he did a good job, you know?
That's your job, just to get the complete story out there. You understand how crazy this sounds?
That is what we are working.
Why do they come to you? I don't understand. You clearly have never done anything like this before.
And that is why I've been asking for help, Nick.
Why the hell did you make a statement about that?
Why are you asking... Are we gonna... Sorry, why are you asking YouTubers for help investigating this? Why aren't you asking the police, primarily? Or like some actual investigator? Why are you asking... Listen, you know, I think I do good work on YouTube. I think I'm capable of looking into situations, and me and the Turkey team are capable of that and doing our due diligence, but like, I'm a YouTuber. I report things. I'm not really a journalist. I make some journalist shit, but I'm not really a journalist. I make drama videos, right? I don't think you should be going to the guy who made pictures of that to like be the primary person investigating your case. It should be someone else.
Yes!
You clearly don't understand the ramifications of what you're doing.
Because you're setting it up for the guy who potentially, like, molested and abused tons of women to take the money you've given these victims in court in a civil case.
I'm going to tell you right now, I actually believe the victims. I think that there is some malfeasance involved, but how you've handled this case and how you've been doing this call so far, you know who has grounds to sue you? You know who has some credibility to win now? It's Camden.
Not only is this guy not going to go in jail, you're going to end up paying him, bro. Give him money.
You want to read what you read to me earlier?
Yeah, this case is a show. It feels like every single answer creates 10 more questions. But what I refer to as an unacceptable negligent failure on the part of Mama Max, some others might try to dismiss as mistakes or being in over his head. So we're gonna have to go deeper, which is fine for me, because these things are usually 4 to 6 feet deep anyways.
Corpse, I know you have nothing to do with this, but with all of your power, influence, and the favor...
This is a crazy thing. This is the video that I was in, if you guys remember. He basically asked me to be in a video about like my issues with YouTube and making dark content and like getting stuff played. So I talked about an abusive privacy complaint system. In the video, it ended up included in this. He's basically calling out Corp's husband and trying to get him to acknowledge stuff and like not even acknowledge mistakes he made, just asking him to talk about the situation. And once again, it is completely insane, and I do mean insane, to expect Corp's husband of all people, the guy who makes like hot topic emo rap for 15-year-olds. No offense, I kind of like it, but that's what it is. And makes spit content, choking my friends in gaming content, makes imposter videos or whatever. It's completely ridiculous to expect this person to cover the situation. It should be anyone else. Literally anyone else. Literally anyone else. Or just cover it on your own.
You owe me. I just couldn't help myself. Remember when you reached out after years of not speaking to me while I was at the hospital attending to my sick girlfriend, and you kept trying to push me home to do you a huge favor. So, how about you? Favor this time. Talk about
like bringing up personal drama, bringing up old personal drama to get attention on your case is ridiculous. That is a clear conflict of interest.
You have nothing to do.
I think it's jealousy about
this with all of your power.
It seems like kind of an old scorned lover, like old ex-boyfriend, and trying to go after someone who was not responsive to your DMs one time. It was me, Barry.
Yes, and the favor you owe me, I just couldn't help myself. Not speaking to me while I was at the hospital tending to my sick girlfriend, and you kept trying to rush me home to do you a huge...
Yes, my girl should be okay, but thanks. Don't want to rush you, but can I need this done soon? Could you leave and come back? We're about to check out. We'll be home in a few hours. Is this even bad? Is he even really rushing him? He's literally just asking him to do a voice line for his video, and he's saying, like, oh, I'm dealing with stuff, but I'll try to do it later. Did he really do anything wrong here at all, dude?
So, how about you do me the favor this time?
I get liking guy, he's legitimately insane. I mean, I don't know if he's insane, but what he did was insane.
Talk about something besides yourself for once. It will give you a good look.
I I legitimately have no idea why people are surprised. This guy literally does this every single year. He does weird like this every single year. This was another video about predators.
I didn't even realize he ended up tweeting out pick a side YouTube. I didn't see that.
Max clout begging is not something new for this case.
He
In
got
reality,
corpse.
Max has been doing this for
He owned
years
it.
in his stupid fake voice. In fact, a lot of the creators he had on board jumped ship after the hashtag pick a side YouTube fiasco just last year.
Susan Wojcicki, stop lying to us every time you have to give a statement. Either do something good for this site once in your fruitless life, or step the fuck down.
Dude, I think that's why she quit. You got him.
You talk about the YouTube controversy? Is it the whole pick side thing? I said this about the last thing he did. I think that's the absolute worst way of going about anything ever.
Look, Max being a cringy clout demon is already common knowledge for most, and not really worth investigating further for this video. I just wanted to point this out for newcomers. The real tea on Max.
I believe we criticized him quite a bit on the Half Baked podcast for that, where we were just, I mean, we had a conversation with him. It's kind of interesting to look at in retrospect how a lot of the problems we expressed didn't really change. What's up, Shoe Nice?
Max's history is related to his previous investigations. Since Max is representing at least 8 survivors currently, how many predators has Max put away in the past?
Is there any proof or evidence that Mama Max has not just got anyone charged or prosecuted? Is there any proof that he's even got anyone arrested that we can see?
Well, 2 years ago we spoke, and he claimed a man by the name of Pablo Sonny was arrested.
I don't give a shit if my video comes back up. It did what it needed to do. The pistol that was in the video is currently in police custody.
Was that as a result of your video, or was that prior to the video?
Yes, it was because of the video. I don't know if the police asked him to come back, or he went on his own volition, or they forced him to come back. I don't know any of those details. I just know he went back to Canada and was in police custody for a certain amount of time.
That's all well and good, but Max has been doing this for 5 years, and one single arrest is not really substantial. We also don't really know what happened to that guy. Hardly a success story, wouldn't you say? The main takeaway that I want people to understand is that we don't know how many predators Max has even caught. Look, people can test this, but unfortunately, we just don't know. We don't have proof of how many predators Max has caught.
Do you think that Mama Max has any arrests? Do you think he's ever actually gotten a predator arrested?
I have no idea. Obviously, you're gonna say no, right?
You were in one of his videos, right? And they had you in a video.
Yeah.
Had you ever watched his content before you agreed to that?
A little bit, but it was pretty hard for me to get to, honestly.
In one of Max's Predator expose videos, the Discord Max infiltrates, quote unquote, isn't real. He created it with footage to retell his story.
Which basically forced my hand into joining these closed-off communities where they can easily get to me.
So basically, he says in this roly-poly, Nanakumrobi Yogi, but this is his server that he set up as admin or moderator server. So he's got proper. Go to Discord. If you go to Discord, you don't have that as admin or moderator. But that's your server. You're the admin. You set that up. And the thing is, what people would argue is like, oh well, but he's doing that because he's doing it for the sake of the video. And it's like, okay, well, where's the evidence that he did this thing that he's claiming that he did joining this server? He's out here claiming that he's putting himself in danger.
So now it's just up in the air at how much of Max's Predator allegations are actually real. Sure, this detail is largely inconsequential to the story and may appear to just be me reaching. I like to call it laying the groundwork, but nevertheless, we don't know how much of Max's content he's willing to fake. We just don't know. But the last one is the real damning thing here. A long Reddit post went out that piqued my interest recently. Calm down, H-Bomber guy. I'm a credit dude. Maximum Platypus 69 raised a lot of interesting questions about multiple Mama Max.
That H-Bomber guy video, I actually haven't even seen all the way through. Is it good or no? I kind of shied away from that, I think, when I saw that maybe this is kind of silly, but when I saw that the YouTube drama subreddit that was birthed from that, I was kind of put off by that, but there could be some good stuff in there.
Max previous video.
People call them the new iDubs. High praise. But I only want to watch the new iDubs if he's calling his fans NFs personally. Otherwise,
remember, if you think we're reaching, this guy hunts predators. There should not be this many questions about things he might have faked in the video. But the one that stood out to me was Max's video on IMVU. You don't know, IMVU is a 3D avatar social networking application. In this video, Max claimed a username Casey was exploited by Pablo Sonny. Again, if you're paying attention, Pablo Sonny is also coincidentally the only predator that Max was able to get arrested. He claimed it was because of this video. The Reddit poster takes issue with a story of a victim named Casey, who's...
It's implied in the video that an account under the name of Casey was exploited by Pablo Sonny. The account only has one friend, Pablo. Max makes note of how she's isolated and quickly. Max supposedly finds the YouTube account owned by the same person by image searching her profile. Images from Naruto. How would a reverse image search find that specific YouTube page? Wait, is that real? Is evidence that this person is evil or whatever? Or that this is the person he's going after? Is that they have a Naruto profile picture? The join date was explain. One could easily adjust the date using the inspect element. I changed the name of the channel for a screenshot below. You have to refresh the page entirely for what he said. It even works if you inspect element twice for tab switching on YouTube. I'll follow up with a quick vid demonstrating this also. Something to note, inspect element is accessible to IMVU desktop program also. So have people been going through Max's stuff for a while now and realizing this? Kind of like the Nick is not grain, where people had issues with his coverage for a long time, and then the sort of super mega thing was like the catalyst for really it all coming out.
The only friend on IMVU was Pablo. Max claims to have reverse image searched Casey's Naruto profile pic to a YouTube channel. On this YouTube channel, Max claims he miraculously got access to Casey's unlisted videos she posted. I don't think I have to tell you this, but that's really convenient. And I'm going to tell you anyway. We are currently approaching Dream's Minecraft World Record Ender Pearl luck on this Predator investigation. But don't worry, there's more. On her account, there was a video titled, "This is where you and killed me," that showcased a bloody white sheet in the woods. Maximum Platypus 69 correctly pointed out that the vast majority of Max's abuse survivor audience interpreted this as Casey either being deceased or taking her own life following the unlisted video's release. Max would respond later in a Q&A, and it was really awkward.
Is there an update on Casey? Can you talk about how you got into the account or how you found it? Yeah, that's.
Well, there's so many spurs in here. Smuggest Joker, Blue GI Yoshi, ZML. Shout out to the Spur chat, guys.
It's a bit much.
I can't talk too much about Casey. I don't know what I can and can't say. I will tell you that, yes, she's okay. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, thank God. I didn't even know that. That's something I wanted to actually jump in VC with you about at some point.
Yes, but...
Thank God.
I'm going to stop talking about it. There's a lot I want to say about it, but I can't talk about it.
Yeah, we'll respect her privacy, too. We'll respect the secrets for now. Thank you, Max, for that very relieving update.
So is this his post-surgery voice? What is the surgery lore? Can someone fill me in on that? On, like, him getting... He got, like, surgery to make his voice deeper? I thought he told me that he, like, or he said publicly maybe somewhere that he, like, blew out his voice from doing the voice so much he had to get surgery to, like, heal himself. What's the deal with that?
Apparently, Casey is alive, but many have pointed out that aside from Max's spoken word testimony, if you will, there is no concrete proof that Casey ever existed. Like, at all. Like, at the time of Max's upload, Casey's accounts were deleted. Look, it's one thing to recreate a piece of media to tell a full story of what really happened, and it's another to create an entire human being and plop them down in an active Predator investigation because you're a filmmaker.
What was the cause?
He fabricated a person entirely? He fabricated a victim of this Predator? The audience definitely didn't pick up on that. No wonder it was so hard to follow. Because he was creating fiction. It's a movie.
Is this real Casey even a real person? He claims in this video that he found a reverse subscriber YouTube channel through a reverse image search using her profile picture on the game IMVU, where he then hacked this girl's YouTube channel and found an unlisted video called "This Is Where You Hurt and Killed," which is a video that shows assumingly Casey filming the site of her rape and has bloody sheets and a pillow in the middle of the woods. So if the narratives are fake, he not only lied about her death, but also that she was raped too, and made up this whole Batman ARG fake story that you had hackers behind the scenes get into her YouTube channel and find this secret encrypted...
This Evanescence album is not that good. Just saying.
Unlisted video that she uploaded days before, like, so this is nuts.
Take a look at the post. I'll link it down below. While I will say the OP's evidence is fairly compelling, much like the other three allegations I have just levied, there is unfortunately no concrete proof that Max is lying or faking anything. But what if there was? What if this entire segment was just backstory for the biggest nuke that I've ever dropped in my 5 years on YouTube? Oh wait, I forgot.
Go.
Call.
Oh no, are you zipping too, Max?
Don't be fooled now, you haven't seen anything yet. In fact, any of the 3 upcoming reveals in isolation would be career-ending for really any YouTuber in Max's field. I also think what you're about to see will be fairly shocking to his audience of
Not just in Max's field, I mean in general. Lying to the audience and not having proper evidence the entire time. That's definitely enough. I'm curious what the response is going to be from all of Max's audience. It seems like a lot of them are dormant right now. I guess they're going to find out with all these videos, especially the Rudahar probably has a lot of overlap with Mama Max, but I'm curious how the wider audience is going to respond. Like, if he came back and did the situation justice, would they accept it? Would they accept it?
Sexual abuse survivors that he's farmed for cash month after month on Patreon. For that reason, alongside transparency, I will allow the next 8 excruciating minutes to play unimpeded, and I will only rejoin you after Max Striker's reputation has been thoroughly eviscerated. At the 1 minute mark, your mind will be blown. At the 5 minute mark, you'll be thinking it can't possibly get any worse, and around 2.5 minutes later, you'll realize it can, and it is. Enjoy.
Recently, people have been saying that your investigations kind of skew the line between fact and fiction because they're finding things that you've created as context for the video. I think people are pointing to the Discord server that you were an admin of when you were showing it. The lawsuit that you changed the name or whatever. How much of what you do is kayfabe and how much of it is legitimately, like, live? This is the investigation. Here it is.
So, the investigations themselves are real, but obviously the films have fictional elements. There's multiple reasons, like, for example, the admin thing on the Discord server, I had to recreate it. Yeah, that was a recreation, because I didn't have the originals. The IMVU thing, I wasn't... I don't know why people are saying
Why'd you have to recreate? Like, does that mean you fabricated evidence? If you're treating it like it's real? Does that mean you're fabricating evidence? Did the audience understand that? I thought it was the original source.
I'm presenting it as if it was to be real, but I didn't think people would take it. Like, really, all I think if people didn't think your video was real. So that's what I want everyone, when you watch my video, to assume everything is fake, except, like, when I show up the because obviously that's all.
I'm sorry. I know I said unimpeded. My bad. Won't happen again.
I want everyone, when you who watch my video to assume everything is fake, except like when I show his face and what they're doing, because obviously that's all, and that's why we include like negative evidence to show like this is the full evidence, this is all real. Everything else should be considered fake, whether it's real or not. Like if I'm sending viruses to a
Everything should be considered fake. What is going on?
Whether that's fake or real, that's on purpose, because I don't want people to know if I'm actually sending viruses, because that's implicating myself.
Okay. So, I guess the next logical question from there is just asking, because now it's saying like, well, you've never been to court. What have you done? What is the most substantial outcome of a predator hunt that you've done? What is the final nail in the coffin? Like if you had to go tell somebody, oh, what do you do? What does Max Striker do? What's your proudest moment?
Honestly, the hunting videos isn't my proudest aspect. The thing I'm proud of is inspiring.
But that's not your proudest aspect. Filmmaker dedicated to empowering children. How is that not your proudest aspect? What does that mean?
Empowering those who are CSA survivors to fight back.
What do you mean by fight back? By making YouTube videos? How are your YouTube videos helping them fight back? What does that mean?
That is my goal.
Have you ever gotten someone arrested?
If I have, then I don't know.
You went on my...
He told us he did. He told us he got Pablo Sunny arrested. He said he was in police custody. I don't know it. I thought the whole point was he was putting them in jail. That was the impression I had of Mama Max's channel.
Podcast to tell me that you got someone arrested and it was because of your video. Just to be clear, would you like to re-answer that question?
I've been emailed stuff like, "Hey, you got this guy arrested. Congratulations."
You went on and you said this guy was arrested. It was because of me. It was because of my video.
He lied.
And you told me that 2 years ago.
It's kind of egotistical of me to say that was my video that did it. I don't know that for sure.
But then you said recently that he fled to the Philippines. So was Sunny ever arrested? Pablo Sunny? Did that ever even happen?
Yes, he did. All we know is that his last location we picked him up.
How do you know that though? Because you got an email? Is that evidence?
From was Mexico. Whether he lied about his face, we don't know. We just know he has family.
How can you
there.
play
That's the
dumb
most
with
likely
this?
destination
This
they
is
would
just
go to.
autism.
But he was in, so he was arrested.
Liar.
All of a sudden, I have no.
Once prophesied, a tarnished would one day become Elden Lord and restore the Golden Order. Surely you see it too. The gold that enshrouds the heavens. The great tree which begets the pillars of light. Oh, tarnished, hasten to the foot of the tree. And whatever you might face, the fingers will surely guide you. You, please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers. The tarnished would one day be surely gold. Oh, tarnished. And the finger.
I do like this game once you fix all the broken controls and everything. Lost Ashes of Warness. Wow, he actually killed me. I put so much damage into him. How did he live? Oh my gear. I'm so far. You can't even barely see the castle. Damn it.
No, I don't think so. I think he got away. Dude, what the fuck?
He said on our fucking show that he got him arrested, dude. You guys remember this? We just showed this, but just to let this sink in. Dude, what?
So you want to enact this change. What do you hope is the eventual result of your video?
Okay.
Of all this.
So I know there's people out there saying I'm doing it to self-serve. I just want my video back up. I don't give a shit if my video comes back up. It did what it needed to do. The rapist that was in the video is currently in police custody, and
Was that as a result of your video, or was that prior to the video?
Yes, it was because of the video. The video was about IMVU and this one predator. I made it about him and him alone.
IMVU is a game, right? You played the game and you exposed this guy.
Yes.
Do you mind walking me through the chain of events that led?
Okay, so he said he got him arrested. What is the chain of events?
From your video to him being imprisoned.
Yeah, so I dropped the video. The end of the video is a call to action. Usually all my videos are a call to action, like, find him. and we did.
So in this case, find him meant like you didn't know who he was. You wanted his doc so he could go to jail.
All we had was his face and his voice.
Right.
And out of that, I said find him, and then within 24 hours, we found him. And then I started social engineering all of his friends to give me his information, and they did. And then we pegged him. He fled to Mexico. We found where he was in Mexico. I don't know if the police. He was from Canada. So I don't know if the police asked him to come back.
As all terrible people are.
I don't know if the police asked him to come back or went on his own volition or they forced him to come back. I don't know any of those details. I just know he went back to Canada and was in police custody for a certain amount of time.
So how did he even know that? How did he even, was it just because of the email he got? When I get an email with no evidence, am I supposed to immediately trust that? I get so many schizo emails. Am I supposed to take them at face value?
I don't know if they did anything yet, but I will be making an update video about him soon.
So he was arrested at some point. It's fair to say that. You know that.
I don't know if he was arrested or they just, like, interrogated him. Like, you know how police can...
Jesus.
Yeah, if he was arrested...
Why did you tell me he was arrested? You said Pablo Sonny was arrested and my video did it. Why did you lie to me on my show?
Do you have a clip of that?
Yes. It's in something I've been currently editing. Oh.
Yeah, send it to me.
Okay, give me 2 seconds. I think there's even a video on YouTube. Actually, can you just jump in the screen share? I'll just pull it over.
Gonna show him.
Somebody archive it.
Well, I guess the question is like the next getting at is like, okay,
and
was that as a result of your video or was that prior to the video?
Yes, it was because of the video. The video was about IMVU.
It's so overdue. He straight up lied. Yeah, it seems like he did.
There's one predator. I made it about him and him alone.
IMVU's a game, right? You played the game and you exposed this guy.
Yes.
You might walk me through the chain of events that led from your video to him being in prison.
Yeah, so I dropped the video. The end of the video is a call to action. Usually all my videos are a call to action. If the police
lied.
If the police, he was from Canada.
Tom, they're adults living together. You don't have enough evidence to rule out any allegation of busting. Innocent until proven busting, okay?
So I don't know if the police asked him to come back.
That's all terrible people are.
I don't know if the police asked him to come back or he went on his own volition or they forced him to come back. I don't know any of those details. I just know he went back to Canada and was in police custody for a certain amount of time.
So you lied.
What? Oh my god, and there goes some odd souls. 50k souls on a fall. Come on, that was not even that far. Like, come on now.
Silly Billy, Max, being a silly Billy. That's
Oh,
crazy.
at least I got
this
the-
is nuts.
the
This is
point.
nuts.
Details, no. I just remember he fled to Mexico,
Fucking
police
fall,
custody.
man.
That was only I was told. I couldn't verify any of that.
But you said that. Then why did you say that in our video that you got him arrested for sure and you knew it? Why did you say that in our podcast we did? He's scrambling for an excuse. It sounds that way. It sounds like he forgot and now he's like maybe vaguely remembering that he got told on Instagram. Like he doesn't even know.
So you just got on stream and told everybody it was me. I did it. Mama Max, #1.
Yeah, that's not cool. You can let people know I think that.
Thank you. So that was one of the major points of contention. Last question. This is an ethical question, one of my favorite types of questions. In your previous investigations, what have you done to ensure that the evidence you're passing over to police is sufficient to get, prosecution? And what precautions do you take to make
Max
sure?
made a video of his slam poetry talking about his love of yanking it to hentai. Okay.
It's usable in a court.
All right.
So with Wayne's probably the best one. I mean, we literally had him in a voice call. Like it's like the Mega Drive. Like it's literally us saying we're 14 years old. He's saying, yeah, I want to see your pussy. I want to see I want you to ride me like that. To what he thinks is a 14-year-old, and we verified that by telling him like, I don't know, I'm young. I don't know, I'm only 14. I think that should be sufficient to put him in prison. But the law says otherwise, I suppose, because as far as I know, he hasn't been imprisoned, and people have been I received an email that someone was going to talk to the deputy about why he hasn't been arrested. And I'm also actually going to start interviewing police local to me as to why don't get arrested, because I know they all want to arrest them.
He's like talking around it. He's trying to come up with some other explanation he can give people for, right? He's trying to come up with anything. Well, I'm actually planning on starting interviewing the police around me for why. Is that a decent explanation of why you didn't get this guy arrested or why you lied in our podcast? This guy never responded to me. I'm actually just passing him down. No reply. No reply at all. This is embarrassing.
It's just the law.
What could his response even be to this? What could Max's response even be to this, dude? His audience can never trust him again. Maybe he'll just go back to making hentai reviews or something. Maybe that will be fruitful for him, but I can't imagine anyone ever getting past this, even if he does change the content,
Binds them.
So you've never actually gotten arrested?
Not to my knowledge.
So your content is just making fun of pedophiles online?
I suppose, like I said, my biggest goal is to inspire survivors to fight back.
Which, by the way, if you want to make fun of them and bully them, that's fine. I don't really mind if you do that. You probably should report them to the police at bare minimum, but if you're gonna make content making fun of freaks, like, I love Mr. Medicare, I don't think he ever got anyone arrested. Like the Ross bathtub saga, Bathtub Ross, I don't think he ever got arrested. But, I mean, like, at the very least, he wasn't lying about the fact he was a vigilante. He was just like, I'm just making fun of stuff on the internet, you know? I'm just bullying people. I'm having fun doing that. That's fine. Don't be dishonest about your intentions or about the result of your videos. His audience was probably, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, they're probably under the impression that he was actually getting these people arrested, and he wasn't.
If I can do that, then I feel like I've done an adequate job.
So as it turns out, it was never a question of conviction. No wonder Max has never been to court before. In his 5 years of playing dress-up predator hunter, Max was never even able to secure so much as an arrest. As it turns out, all you need to be a distinguished predator hunter on YouTube is to farm inadmissible evidence by pretending you're a minor.
Nobody's ever going to take this seriously. I don't know if people but I imagine it doesn't help to have a potentially. First of all, Spencer incriminated herself legally. I'm not saying she lured him. Second, it doesn't help if they're accidentally contradicting themselves and getting involved in drama. Sure, if she's just mad at him after this.
Of his own ass as the person who's online, so they can record themselves leading off to it. But we can count at least one time Max has investigated a predator that is led to allegations dismissed on account of the oiled up pork off competition. Home video a few times. Actually, I'd like to see that. Allegations are not evidence. I'd like to see that. Somebody hit this guy's Patreon. We need to warn this operation. So just to clarify, the vast majority of Max's content is fake. He's flabbergasted that you stupid idiots are real. He's also lied about getting arrested trying to bolster his credibility in the past, and he can't get his story straight now. Finally.
Want CJD or CJD of Game was doing a stream when Briggs made his video, but continued to stream and have a stream process of basically
as for the does, make sure his investigations are ethical and good for the prosecution. Max more or less confirms that he's a content vigilante who is not going to bring serious stories. I don't know why you respond so dramatically to serious criticism. Max is a liar. Max is a con artist, and now everyone knows it.
Is there a single person that Max can point to how he can claim he's being
Nicholas DiOrio, that call, got him, damn.
arrested as a result of this investigation?
Have you ever gotten someone arrested?
Victims and parents.
If I have
The video that one on IMDb like you did, you tried to do the exact same thing. Because it's a scam! Because it's a scam!
He's probably live right now.
He claims he got one person in jail.
Yes, because it's a scam!
The IMVU thing, I don't know why people are saying I like the film. I am presenting it as if to be real, but I didn't think people would take it. So I want everyone to assume everything is fake, except like when I show a pedo's face and what they're doing.
What bothers me is your answer right now. You've been doing this how that goes. I mean, you have that makes sense. There you go, folks.
I'm glad
You're a vigilante for views only. You're a vigilante for views only.
So you've never seen it? Not to my knowledge.
So your content is just making fun of it.
I suppose, like I said, my biggest goal is to inspire survivors.
It did what it needed to do. The rapist that was in the video is currently in custody.
And was that his result in your video, or was that prior to the video?
Yes, it was not bad.
You went on and you said, this guy was a...
This guy has no... I mean, the biggest issue beyond the lying is just that he takes these things as evidence. He takes Instagram posts and emails as evidence without proper... And we've got Instagram DM. I get Instagram DMs all the time calling random. I don't like going on podcasts to say... Imagine if I did that and then you later I'd be like, well, the evidence is Instagram.
No! He was like one hit from... Why is it always one hit from death?
Looking up to.
Come on, man.
Insanity. Complete insanity.
Arrested.
Stupid mob.
It's kind of egotistical of me to say that was my video that did it. I don't know that for sure.
But then you said recently that he fled to the Philippines. So was Sonny ever arrested? Pablo Sonny? That ever happened?
Pablo Sonny? I have no idea. I don't think so. I think he got away.
I'm using you to deflect criticism. I am still getting criticism. But how are they shielding me from anything? I'm still getting criticism.
I mean, you use her as a shield in the call. That's pretty evident.
People have been playing my card for so long. I use subscribers to shield from criticism. I've never shielded myself. I almost always just get criticism. Well, I'm asking why you did not directly contact me, but contact us only in public streams.
Spencer?
Situation I had to actually.
But it felt like seeing this.
You went on.
What?
Oh, yeah.
What?
Behind her, dude. That's disgusting. The majority of Mama Max's non-core audience are sexual abuse survivors.
What?
It's perfect, really. Why would you criticize a guy who's going after predators? Why would you put in work to do it right? That doesn't feel well. Just blame the police. I mean, you already blame the police, right?
I don't want to wait for the bureaucracy of monsters to take time. It's already been 7 years with multiple reports.
Multiple reports. It's very no wonder it's taken 7 years without taking another tactics from Fox. It's hard to find a YouTube video as these buried under videos, bullying in front of him and criticizing him. Go to the channel and build
That's ridiculous. And that's also why I'm taking towards one.
There's one more topic on the docket that we need to discuss. I mentioned earlier that Max's exes and former friends have come together to produce human beings. This is not something I feel equipped to discuss at the time, and that would be for a separate video by a separate creator. What I can talk about is the allegation that Max levied against the video's creator, Max.
In August 2022, as a way to deflect accusations against him from former friends and girlfriends,
Rock.
He said it was a predator multiple victims based on nothing but anonymous, unverified messages from alleged victim testimony from his sister. My life was upside down. The accusation against him was 1 million times 1,000. Both YouTube and person. Talked about his supposedly got fired.
What?
Before his real name became known.
You weren't even facing me, bitch. You're stupid fucking.
Magnetor on YouTube, the one who published this video on me.
Anthony has essentially had his life ruined by Mama Max. The call-out led to his job getting bombarded, and the emails received were disgusting. It's one thing to be falsely accused by some loser online, like I'm Alex, and it's another thing for a respected predator hunter to make claims he is completely unable
Respected
to prove
predator
against
hunter.
you. The
What are you
allegations levied by
talking
Max
about?
are completely unsubstantiated by his own admission. The only people who claim to have seen the unobtainable proof of this interaction occurring is an undisclosed
we
girl and
talking
Max's own
about, you
sister.
idiot?
Max has every reason to slander this person. As
This is another case of a conflict of interest where he apparently went after someone who he had a vested interest in because he knew them personally, like with Spencer, who's a family friend. Are all the people in his videos just his fucking cousins, ex-boyfriends, and girlfriends?
They are the vessel of the allegations being made against him. Ignoring Max's previously unnoticed replies, I'm still going to need to see more proof that my sister's friend told me this occurred. The reality is, Max's credibility alone carries this allegation.
No, the video
might be was this a White House interview with Obama or something? Like, there was this whole weird part.
Yeah. We know Max. So
What?
You know this whole thing. You gotta
What?
history.
I can tell you honestly, looking at it from his perspective, Max is this guy, obviously has a chip on his shoulder, hates this dude, right? And he's making videos back then. He's just scared. And what the videos
God damn it, the hitboxes are so bad.
By the way, Max was he's not going to I said, damning, come on. He said, thanks for the I did not whose name Max Barber with his arm and his reports. Gotcha. I'm going to try to respond. Maybe he's responsible. This is all bump, but it seems kind of tough.
It's so the projections almost goes back to
seriously this entire
God, that's
Yes, it made people like myself second guess looking into these allegations those 5 girls made and Anthony published. At first, people like Rudahar and his co-host took Max's words, insinuated they could be valid off of no substantial evidence, and echoed them, effectively shutting down the story and further harming Anthony's reputation. I'd like to personally apologize to Anthony for not looking further into Max back then. Maybe he could have salvaged the situation, and maybe he could have saved the current 8 girls a lot of trouble. I am, however, proud that we could get McIntyre and together. It is worth noting that Andrew Gerard Davis' alleged abuse victim Spencer, who's also Max's roommate and friend, who's also friends with Max's sister, who's also friends with...
I'm bulking! Also, shout out, guys, I recently saw this on the shelves. I don't know what's going on. They're selling this, dude? What the H? What's going on here, guys? This is disturbing. This is surely disturbing. They're selling this? Dude, disgusting.
This is what Anthony's alleged victim claims that Anthony dressed up like a student after graduating to eat lunch at school with freshman girls. Oh, and because this is Mama Max, of course there's no evidence of that either. The dude apparently dressed up in student uniform, snuck in multiple times, and for a single person to snap a picture of him.
Multiple things as a build for me. I feel comfortable saying this. I don't feel he could do anything to me legally for saying that.
Max will ever apologize? Maybe he will. I don't know. You never know.
Because if he...
His only response at this point, if he wants any favorability, would be to apologize and leave the internet, I think, for a long time.
Or two, the girl who made the testimony would come forward and testify.
So she has his dick pic and has timestamps of when it was sent. That's real, it exists?
He does not have his dick pic.
So what does she have that she could come forward with?
Just her memory. But
wait, so you don't think that you could legally be held liable for the statements you're making if he were to sue you because you have someone who can come forward and tell you it happened?
Well, I am just documenting what she said.
No, you are calling him a...
Correct. And to be able to successfully sue me for defamation, he would have to prove that I am lying, which I am not, because the girl is real and she sent me those DMs.
Now this serious stuff is out of the way, does anyone remember the time that Mama Max tried to shill his beats to Anthony Fantano? Well, as it turns out, Mama Max made an entire song about how he wants to perform oral sex on him. Initially, this segment was just going to be cut from my video, but then I got an idea.
Hey buddy, did you hear the news? It's track reviews.
In conclusion, this video proves that Max Stryker is a complete and total fraud. His persona Mama Max is a freak who does not help children prosecute their abusers. He hunts predators online as a soldier of fortune. He lies about his accomplishments to bolster his credibility.
Wait, why is that? Wait.
Forever. In conclusion,
Why
this
is that
video
tweet in
proves
there?
that Max Stryker is a complete and total fraud. His persona Mama Max is a freak who does not help children prosecute their abusers. He hunts predators online as a soldier of fortune. He lies about
Mama Max had diarrhea. It's so sad, rest in fortune. Why is this here, bro?
his accomplishments to bolster his credibility. He manipulates his audience of abuse survivors by not disclosing large portions of his content are completely fake, and he uses credibility he never deserved in the first place to silence and ruin other people's lives. Just look at how he treated Tommy C. The man was Max's first real persistent critic, and during the videos he was supposedly hunting predators, Max took time out of his day to create a QR code campaign about Tommy and talk about sexually dominating him. The stuff on screen right now is completely psychotic, and even more so with the information we now know about how fraudulent Max's activities have been. I mean, look at the comments. Look at what people said to Tommy, just because he spoke up and questioned the current narrative. Mama Max does not deserve anyone's support. Mama Max does not deserve a second chance. This is not a community that can offer one. This is a malicious person who preys on his supporters. He is the predator to them. To the girls Max is helping fight against Camden Gerard Davis, you claim to have escaped one cult. Don't be foolish now and fall into another. And Mama Max, this part is me, speaking directly to you. I know you, Max. I know how you operate. My friends and I know what you're about to say, so we have to spell it out for you. Yo, John Swan, drop the bass.
Though we are different, we are all the same. Because above all else, there's one thing that holds us together. We don't like P-words.
Camden Gerard Davis is a child predator who's molested hundreds of children under the pretense of a vampire werewolf cult. It's absolutely crucial that we spread awareness of it.
Camden Gerard Davis's time is up. He's about to be exposed.
Camden Gerard Davis, you're going to jail.
Well, pretending to be a vampire. So if you come across Cameron Gerard Davis, be sure to contact Mama Max immediately in order to get this guy arrested for charity fraud.
What's that, Camden? Who are you? Someone in my chat was just talking about you. Think of the crime.
Why is Morgpie there? How did he get this? Morgpie's a weirdo. That's really funny, though.
We are real.
Hey, Camden. Jared Davis. Should I say don't feel depressed just because you're a vampire werewolf and people are saying mean to you.
Just because you're a vampire werewolf.
For your enemies. Getting paid.
Camden Gerard Davis is a stupid name. You vampire piece of
We are real, Camden Gerard Davis. Whatever you may or may not have done. I'm not really sure.
Camden Gerard Davis, those teeth are fake, they make you look stupid, and there's no such thing as black vampire.
Cameron Gerardia. Where's the...
A lot of big names here.
Charity. The Leviathans are coming for you.
I was going everyone through my garage.
When the Leviathans are coming for you, is that a Mama Max meme? I get it now. I didn't realize. That totally went over my head. I forgot he said that.
Give a quick shout out to Cameron Pro Jared the Completionist. Shout out to you, my dude.
The time for action is now. Mama Max needs our help. Camden Gerard Davis. Mama Max needs our help.
Well, hello, Camden Gerard Davis. So I've been told to roast you because...
How did he get Foodie Beauty to do this?
You wear
Is this
werewolf
cameo?
teeth, and I guess you think that's cool, and I've been told to tell you to stop making friends in Texas. I'm sure you would like to be on the street with your werewolf teeth.
Cameron Gerard Davis, more like Cameron Gerard Davis, am I right? Is that dude is cringe? Yeah.
There was me. Okay. Good video. Really good video from Nick. I think he kind of got Mama Max. I don't know how he could respond in any way other than an outright apology. Damn. All right. Well, that was a good video. I think we got to watch. I think we have to watch Budahars now. I think there's no other option. I assume it might cover some of the same stuff, so I'll probably skip through it, but I gotta check this out. Shunai says WTF is for the win spelled backwards. So true, bro.
Today's video is the most serious I might have made in my entire career on this platform. It's a video I wanted to make because it's personally so uncomfortable. It's a video about someone I and many in the community considered a friend. Today, I personally don't consider this person a friend. I consider them a liar, both professionally and on a personal level regarding very personal things. But that's me going into things that I shouldn't need to. I also didn't want to make a video on this because I'm not an expert on the topics that we are completely discussing today. As you know, when I upload things to my channel, it can be about computer software, it can be
be about creepy games. It can be browsing the weirder side of the internet, like the deep web. It can be looking at trending things. It could be a bunch of stuff, mostly lighthearted. And yes, I do occasionally dip into things that are very serious. But when it comes to situations regarding, situations regarding trafficking and whatnot, I am not an expert. That is something for the law enforcement, for lawyers, for professionals to appropriately handle. I don't even think YouTubers should be the ones that are running cases like this, because in a vast majority of cases, most of them aren't well equipped. But in this situation, this creator specifically that we are talking about is Mama Max. Now, Mama Max is a channel with 746,000 subscribers, a filmmaker dedicated to empowering children. Throughout his career, Mama Max has covered topics like his Life Sucks series, anime reviews. What most people know Max for is his Predator hunts, videos where Max claims to infiltrate dark corners of social media. He's made very popular videos and gained a lot of respect in the larger YouTube community. Predator hunting is a popular topic on the internet and YouTube in general, and it's seen a bit of a resurgence in recent years with very high-profile cases such as EvE445, caught in a massive YouTube sting operation, in an alleged meetup of a minor. Nowadays, the predator poaching channels that exist are a dime a dozen, and a big fear of these channels that a lot of the community has is that in the grand majority, for clicks and revenue, investigative and evidentiary rules aren't met, and law enforcement in many cases is not even involved until well after the fact. And it caused a serious problem in letting actual evil people walk free because of technicalities and failing to follow basic evidentiary patterns. When in realistic fashion, if law enforcement was involved, these people would be tried in a court of law.
This is kind of what happened with EDP, right? I've seen a lot of people talk about how the predator poachers picked up the chain of evidence, potentially caused it to be entrapment. And that's part of why he wasn't charged.
I mean, it's not funny,
That said,
but
Mama Max has committed almost every single sin in the book in the hunt for who he believes is one of the most evil predators currently walking in the world today. So why am I talking about him so negatively now? Because again, like I said, Max has recently made several videos, 3 in particular, making what I believe to be a mockery of these types of serious investigations. Max has covered a story he claims is peppered with human trafficking, cult worship, and brainwashing, and violent abuse. Topics that are incredibly serious, and as I've said, I am not a key expert on. Topics where real victims exist and continue to exist on a daily basis. So let's get started. This is the story of how Mama Max has failed what he considers a very serious investigation, and a prime example of how YouTubers should not be involved with serious situations like this. So let's start off with the story. The story begins on October 3rd, 2023, where Max sends me a message on Discord. Hey Muda, I hope you've been well. I don't want
It seems like a lot of this info is just repeated from what we already covered, so there's probably not a lot I can add here. I guess I kind of want to see the end of this.
yeah, this is over. It was boring. Let's go. Thank you, Baville, for the excellent content from the stream. Thank you, Tom Dark, for the excellent content from the stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
I've been going down the rabbit hole. All right, when it comes to this type of stuff, I kind of am an expert now.
I might be too strung out on compliments, overdosed on confidence. Started now.
People said, Ubaville, why don't you cover this? And I'm like, dude, I've never listened to a single Drake song in my entire life, except for that one.
Alright, I say,
hey guys, it's Drake here. Want free V-Bucks? Give me your credit card information and your street address.
Since I put out my last Drake video, the beef has officially ended, but there's still waves of media coverage on Drake and Kendrick. People were showing up to Drake's house, getting shot, or somebody got shot. I mean, it's crazy. This shit is insane.
There was a shooting that happened earlier outside Drake's Toronto home, and one person was injured in this. According to TMZ, sources confirm the injured person is a member of Drake's security team.
In reality, it's not that insane, but for the sake of you watching this video and being interested, it's insane. I'll tell you what was really insane. What happened in the late 80s and early 90s? This isn't shit. I'm just gonna say it. But also, it's very funny because Drake is a actual punching bag. An actual punching bag. Sorry.
Wayne is my favorite person to work with, though, because it's just, ooh, Lil Wayne's just too good. Ooh, Lil Wayne's just too good.
Seems like the entire world is now against Mr. Drizzy after Kendrick Lamar brought up all these allegations over the past few diss tracks.
Say Drake, I hear you like I'm young. You better not ever go to Cell Block 1. To any bitch that talk to him and they in love, just make sure you hide your little sister from him.
It also seems like the remainder of his fans all collect on r/Drizzy and some Twitter threads and in the comments of my last video. There's a few people. It's like 95% of everyone though thinks that Drake is a f***ing goober, which is awesome, man. I love that because he is a goober. He is a goober. I don't like Drake. After all this especially. I mean, I didn't have any dogs in the fight, but I'm a learned man now. All right, I'm marked. Okay, I'm part of this world. That's stupid to say, but, you know, I care. A little bit. Some leaks regard to Millie Bobby Brown and Drake and Stranger Things and all that shit. People are working very hard to expose the D-Man, Drizzy himself. There's also been a vigilante of sorts on Twitter showing his collection of Drake's belongings and leaving various cryptic messages for both Drake and Kendrick, causing a ton of fucking theories and shit. I mean, it's a conspiratorial rabbit hole. It has been a can of worm. All right? A can of worm. Crazy, dude. Crazy. It makes me want to just take my head, unscrew it, lift it up, and then put it back on. And act like nothing ever even happened. All right? Like some Beetlejuice type shit. Metro Boomin also released a diss on Drake, which is pretty cool. It's called BBL Drizzy. It's a sample of an AI song. It's pretty awesome. I really like it. It's honestly the best one I think that's released. Yeah. So what's BBL Drizzy mean? Let's look that up real quick, because I'm unsure completely. What's BBL mean? See, BBL. Oh, that's a Brazilian butt lift. Oh my God. This song is blown up massively. It's being used in the club.
Oh no.
YouTube videos.
BBL
We're gonna
Drizzy.
put it in this video a little bit. It's going f***ing worldwide. Incredibly embarrassing. Drake will never be able to live this sound. Drakenheimer. It's over for him.
Oh no.
BBL Drizzy has 40,000 tags on TikTok. Kendrick Lamar almost has 1 million, which is unbelievable. This thing is crazy how big it is. I mean, my people who I know who've never even heard of Drake and Kendrick have been asking me about it because I made a video. They're like, "What's the deal with this this Kendrick fellow, this gnome guy, and then this other guy who is deeply like, I don't know what's happening here. Can you explain it to me?" And I'm like, well, it all starts in the late 80s with the beginning of the East Coast and West Coast rivalry.
New York was obviously envious of the West Coast taking their music, changing it, and then selling it.
Wow, performance is better. I kind of wondered. Look at that.
East Coast being headed by Notorious B.I.G.
Get your head split it, or get your neck slitted. Admit it, you overdid it, you shit it.
West Coast being headed by the king of the West Coast, Tupac.
Any New York that wanna bring it, but we ain't singing, we bringing drama. You and your motherfucking mama.
And then they leave and they stop listening to me. There's a wasp just flying around. I guess I just leave it. That's fine. Lots of celebrities have been coming out of the woodwork choosing sides here. I have chosen my side. I am on Team Kendrick, even though I think it's funny that he sometimes wears high heels. I think that's awesome. I think being short's awesome, man. What the why would you ever try to be taller? You want to die? You want to die soon? Or something? There's no downside to being short. It's all made up. It's all fucking nonsense, bro.
Why is it okay for women to say, oh, you're on dating sites? You should be dead. That's okay?
Who said that to you here? Nobody.
Women in general have said it on dating sites. You think I'm making that shit up? Everywhere I go, I get the same smirk with the biting lip. Shut your mouth. You're not God or my father.
Being short's like being gifted with the Philosopher's Stone in your mind. It's crazy. Anyways, there was a Weekend Update bit on SNL with a guy named Colin Jost and Michael Che, and they do a skit where they write jokes for the other person to read. In one of the jokes, Colin made Michael read out a joke that was a dig at Kendrick, and he looked like he was nervous. He looked quite nervous because he's afraid he's gonna get a fucking clap back from Kendrick.
I want to call out the biggest of all, Kendrick Lamar. Or should I say littlest? Oh, your war with Drake may be over, but your war with Michael Che is just beginning. So to quote Hamilton, shoot your shot, player.
It's actually like a really funny, kind of old school feeling 90s SNL Weekend Update bit. Anyways, I like it. I like Michael Che, he's alright. And like Michael Che, the rest of the rap world, pretty scared of Kendrick, dude. He's pretty fucking wild. I mean, he's like one of the most successful rappers of all time now, in terms of views, obviously, and like measurable metrics like that. There is no chance that Drizzy even is gonna come back at all. I mean, like, even a small amount. It's crazy. Euphoria, what the f, dude? What the f? Push-ups. Family matters. at the end of my last video, we talked about Kendrick putting out the diss track titled Not Like Us, and he called out D-word for being a P-word and liking M-words. Minors, that is. 24 hours after Meet the Grams comes out, he releases this one called Not Like Us. I think he released it quickly because he started to realize that some of the information that he was getting about Drake having a fake, extra daughter was not true. So he released another one. Boom. Kendrick released this lyric. Certified lover boy, certified pedophiles. Wop, 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 wop. Dot. Fuck 'em up. Wop, 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 wop. I'ma do my stuff. Why you trolling like a bitch? Ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord, and it's probably A minor. And the art for the song is Drizzy's Mansion, and it has the sex offender little logos on it, alluding to his group of creeps and weirdos and stuff. Yeah, it's not good looking for him. And then Drake responded to that shit, and the response was, that was like most of the end of my last video, The Heart Part 6. People were unfulfilled with his response, and quite frankly, questioning whether or not the allegations were actually true, because the response was like a huge red flag and fucking weird. He says that he goes for Whitney's and not Millie Bobby Brown's because he doesn't look twice at teens. That's kind of really strange. And Millie Bobby Brown has been just kind of like hyper focused upon by the internet for a long time. This is a really good tweet kind of encapsulating my feelings on the whole thing here. Kendrick, Drake's a pedophile. Drake, I never did anything with Millie Bobby Brown. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Why'd you bring that up? Sudden. But the last response was effectively the end of the beef. I know UMG or whatever, all the music, like their labels and shit, like, you're losing us a lot of money. Hey, stop. Here's an idea. Go fucking stop. How about that? All right? This isn't about art and pride. This is about money. Haven't you forgot? Drake almost forgot. Since the lackadaisical nature of Drake's last response, a lot of people haven't been super popular. Joe Budden, whose opinion I value greatly.
Chinese spy balloon. Let's get into it.
Okay, fuck
All right. I don't like that. If Donald Trump was president, he would have went live from the lawn and shot that balloon down. We got him.
He just shot that shit himself.
He would have had that shit that what's his name, son had, El Chapo's son had, the anti-aircraft. He would have went live from the lawn. America, we got him. We got him.
He talks about how Drake's kind of the common denominator in all the beef that's been occurring in the rap game for a while now.
I'm saying that one person has offended about 100 people in the music industry, and you can hear it every step of the way in this battle. It comes up. Every step in the battle, he say something else that remind me, oh shit, you got a beef with, oh shit, John Morant, nigga, you got a beef with, oh shit, you got a beef with, it can't be else.
Jack started tweeting. Jack!
Yeah. Okay.
From Twitter. Start tweeting. It's weird. I'm like, hey, why the fuck is
and then when they start connecting a dot with that, it's not weird no more.
And if he was just a regular dude, he would have been exiled a long time ago, but he's got some kind of special magic who keeps him around. Joe Budden, by the way, former rapper.
I don't care what you say.
Yes, Jack Dorsey.
I don't care what y'all say on some fanfare shit. If we were in real life and this existed with somebody,
yeah, you're the problem.
How would we treat that person?
100%. You are the problem. You are the common denominator in all this shit. What I'm saying is that person don't necessarily got to give a about that, though. I'm up here at the top by myself, all y'all.
But Ice, no. So that's why I don't care about what you think about, not, but just about the fans' opinion about a beef. The industry is sending a clear-cut message that you have won out your welcome.
Oh, yeah.
This is not a Kendrick just West Coast thing.
Billie Eilish was dancing to Kendrick's Not Like Us, which heavily implies that she's on the side of Kendrick. Tom Hanks asked about the beef. Chet Hanks' son explained it to him, and he just didn't read any of it, and then was like, so who's winning, son? Who's winning?
Big up, say it with passion, bro. Big up the youth them. Big up the youth them. I think we almost sounded the same.
I gotta do it a little better.
Can you coach him through this? This is starting to stress me out.
It's like Drake. It's obviously, I mean, not Drake, Kendrick. Holy shit. Even one of Drake's known public glazers, Academics, was even clipped saying that Drake is desperately in need of a delusional friend right about now, which is really funny.
If I'm Drake, I need a delusional friend with me. I need a friend that, yeah, I'm mad drunk in the club with him, and I'm like, I'm stumbling all over the place, and I stepped on somebody's foot by mistake, but then that person shoved me, And rather than be like, yo, oh, you know what? Like trying to figure it out. Oh, Ak, you stepped on his foot first. My delusional friend just come over my shoulder with a punch.
Bah! He needs a yes man, is what he's saying. He needs a yes man. Get a yes man, Drake. I think Drake probably has a couple yes men, dude. If I have yes men, Drake has yes men. All right, it's not that hard to have yes men. It's kind of like you don't even have to try. Okay. People just start doing that because they want stuff, I guess. This whole thing has just been so crazy and so funny, and there's been a massive response everywhere. There's a mural of Drake and Kendrick. It popped up in Compton depicting Drake beaten up, which is hilarious and epic, and I cannot imagine being Drake and seeing that and being like, oh, crap. BBL Drizzy, there I am again. Oh, they not like us. A lot of animations of Drake getting beat up by him. A guy named Avocado Animations made an anime of the beef, which is pretty cool. I've seen Avocado Animations around a few times. It's pretty good, honestly. It's pretty goddamn good. This is also good as well. It goes hard! Even co-creator of the Mortal Kombat games posted this shit. I mean, what is this about? This looks like some Dead or Alive 90s just awesome cringe. Then, finally, May 12th, 2024, Drake subliminally admitted defeat with a post like this made to his official Instagram. Oh my god, champagne puppy. Good times. Summer vibes up next. I don't understand Drake. Who the f is this guy? Who says that shit? Who says that shit? What kind of man says that? What the f? Who is this guy? What the f? So yeah, the beef has taken over the internet basically, and it's over now. It seems like I assume some legal teams and record labels and shit got involved and a lot of money. They're like, hey, stop or we will probably, one of you will maybe die. Because that's like kind of what happens, you know, when there's too much money involved. Anyways, those people in favor of Kendrick, not many people in favor of Drake. Both are massive money makers. Both are were massively respected in some form or another. Now one of them, not so much. And this just goes on to a lot of people now on X trying to prove, or Twitter, I said X, trying to prove the allegations that Kendrick made against D as a P, trying to prove them to be true by posting some cryptic videos online. Ebony Prince 2K24, who I assume likes playing 2K games, he's being referred to by a couple people as the Riddler of this beef. He's like the kind of tertiary fella. He's not really that big of a deal. He's very small on Instagram, but he posts cryptic videos and he's very Riddler-esque. And I don't mean like the shitty Riddler or whatever. I mean the Jim Carrey Riddler, the really shitty Riddler, okay? I'm just kidding. I love that Riddler. Widwow. I love the Widwow. 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 So this is insanely cryptic. It's just like a weird fucking, almost like a behead video or something, like it's about to pan up and someone's about to get their head chopped off. I don't know what's going on here, but this guy has a lot of memorabilia, I guess, in regard to Drake proving that Kendrick is not a liar, and also he says that he's not a thief. In the caption he says, Mr. Aubrey Grant and Mr. Livingston Allen have until noon Monday 5/13/24 to retract the claims of theft, or my attorney Miss Adrian Edward and I will exhaust every legal option available. People are speculating that this is J. Cole, okay, pretending to be the Riddler. He pulled out early and then he put on the mask, and that's where he lives, is in the dark. But yeah, the first video is in the background playing Kendrick's song, Meet the Grams. There's a newspaper to confirm the date of the video, a small scale model, and a picture of the CN Tower located in Toronto. There's receipts, a calling card from Drake's jeweler, Nadine. Also a shirt that could either be Drake's or supposedly his father's, a pair of gloves, OJ style, and multiple pharmaceutical containers with Drake's legal name listed on the outside. This is wild. Who the is this guy? How did he get this shit? How did you get that kind of stuff? I can't even get that much stuff that looks like that just for me. Like, how would you fake that? How's that even possible? What's interesting about these videos and the contents within these items, these various alchemical pieces, is that this stuff made up the cover art for Kendrick's Meet the Grams diss track. Okay, these things. This was posted May 4th, and this video was uploaded May 10th. So this is the mole, I guess. He's the mole. So what is the significance of some of the items? It's very cryptic, and he's like the Riddler. I mean, seriously, the dude is creating an ARG within the Drake versus Kendrick beef, and I'm more excited by this than the beef itself. I don't give a fuck. The CN Tower merchandise, people are saying, could just be a reference to Drake's hometown, or people are also convinced potentially that this is a reference to Drake saying that he fed info to Kendrick. Why? I don't exactly get that, but that is the reference. You don't even be at home, dog. You a souvenir out of the gift shop. I kept wondering what that meant. Drake knew items were involved in this situation. I'm not 100% sure. There's also other things speculating that it involves The Weeknd or whatever. I don't know, dude. This shit's deep, though. This is like some CIA level shit. The receipts and calling card are believed to be in reference to some jewelry that Drizzy was wearing in the Family Matters music video. Oh God, he looks like he rides dirt bikes. You know, he looks like he rides dirt bikes. That's kind of cool. That like fit, that was a dirt bike fit. That's how I looked when I was 12. I had a little 110cc and I was driving around. That's how I looked. Minus the drip levels of it, of course. It's pretty drippy. The shirt and the gloves are believed to be Drake's father's belongings. Cannot confirm, but that's what it's believed. Not sure. The pharmaceutical receipts for Ozempic and insomnia medicine are reference to maybe potentially Drake's supposed alleged predatory nature, because the insomnia medicine is used as a date R-word drug, which is but there's also links between Ozempic and insomnia, implying that Drake has been using Ozempic to stay thin and is suffering from the side effects. I feel like that's pretty meaningless and moot, and is not like that conspiratorial or interesting. I don't know, dude, but it's all tied into the BBL Drizzy roast, which is funny. BBL Drizzy, he loves Ozempic. BBL Drizzy, he love it, dude. He gotta stay thin. BBL Drizzy gotta stay thin. He love Ozempic. Then the final shot, as identified by this guy on Twitter, King Jared, who might also be J. Cole or Drake or someone. Like, how the f these people know this shit and find this shit out? They identified it using Google Maps as an area in Brooklyn. They know where bro lives, okay? That's crazy. That's insane.
I don't have potions
This is
installed.
so interesting. How could you not think this is a f***ing interesting thing?
Now my
All that
keys
being
are
said,
fucked up.
A lot of conflicting information. Nothing is clear cut. Nothing is obvious. Nothing is explicit. That's why Ebony Prince is being called the f***ing Riddler, because it's like a comic book what's happening right now, or what was
Why
happening.
don't I have
back then.
potions?
So, that wasn't the end, though. Ebony Prince
Seems
uploaded
weird.
another cryptic message May 13th, 2024.
I was gonna run
at
Merc, but I'm not ready.
4:24 a.m. He posted the
And I
following
have a bad
video.
keybind.
He showed another newspaper to confirm the date. Multiple targets with bullet holes in them. A jewelry case. All while an old laptop plays Meet the Grahams in the background. On top of that, it was filmed close to the location where the first video was filmed. I interpret that he maybe has some of Drizzy's jewelry, but that cannot be confirmed or denied. I don't know what the f is going on. I'm kinda slow. This was about diamonds. Drizzy. Is that his jewelry? I don't know what's going on. That's a cool flag though. And then like, it looks like a BB gun, maybe. Like I don't, whatever caliber these bullet holes are so small. No, they're not BB gun. There's lead residue. That's like a 22 though, maybe. Yeah. I guess you could do a pellet gun. Pellets are made of lead. There'd be lead residue, but that's like 17 to 22 caliber max. I guess it could be a 223, you know. But if you're a real bad shot, that is some ass shooting. To be honest, real bad shot there. Holy, that guy should not be allowed to own a gun. What the fuck? 10:59 a.m. Ebony Waits posts a picture of DeCaspia at the Mark. Drake has been known to frequent the Mark Hotel. This is in New York, by the way. However, since the recent pedo allegation brought up against D-word, people have noticed that another famous P-word has been known to frequent, well, he was known to frequent the Mark Hotel. That is Jeffrey Epp.
Yo, back up. Yo, Drake, what up, Drake?
You guys like it when I don't finish my words completely? Jeffrey Epstein. Do you know who that is? He's no longer living, and he was murdered because there's a lot of money involved. And that's my opinion, but also fact as well. That's the truth of it, because it's like you just follow the money. Hey, did you know that the father of George W. Bush's father tried to overthrow the United States government and install a fascist regime when FDR was president during World War II? Did you know that? And then his son and his son's son both became presidents. One lost and wasn't reelected. And then right after that, 9/11. I mean, it's kind of weird, but it all ties in. All this type of beef stuff. I really want to put Ebony Prince on that beef and see what that's up with. See what's up with that. The Mark Hotel allegedly shows up in page 92 of Jeffy Epps' Black Book, his famous Black Book. So, you know, people have dug up a case as well against the Mark Hotel in which the lawyer they used was the same lawyer that Epstein's cellmate used, which is kind of creepy. And the Mark was supposedly the hotel where the Borat subsequent movie film was filmed, where they had Rudy Giuliani about to pull his out for Borat's daughter, a character who was supposed to be 15 years old, but was actually a 24-year-old actress, which is insane that that's a thing, and that guy's still around. Like,
Give me
what?
your phone number and your address.
Should we slip your jacket?
This wasn't even like scripted, bro. What is going on here?
Put down your crumb. She's 15. She's too old for you.
Why are you dressed like
She's my daughter. Please, take me instead. Take my anus.
I don't want you.
No, take my anus. Do not have her.
I'm better than him.
No, I better. My back very tight.
No, please.
Crazy, man. We live in a really weird world, I've got to say. Really weird world. Wow. Very strange. Now, the theory I'm sure you can kind of see is that people are comparing Drake to Jeffrey Epstein, which I think we should take that with a massive grain of salt. There's no concrete evidence. There's no screenshot. It's all just a lot of people go to that hotel. It's like, this is how crazy people be getting online, though. That's the point of this. It's show how wild people get. At 1:06 p.m., Ebony Prince posted a video of a screenshot on a computer of a reporter known as Christopher Alvarez and Drake, supposedly at the Mark Hotel, and he spreads the rumor that Drake assaulted the disabled reporter, which is pretty wild. That's the implication now, but hey man, I can't see shit what's going on. Get a new computer, by the way. That thing looks like a fucking ass computer. That thing looks ass. It's kind of aesthetic, I have to say. It's a little baller. I'd love to put it in my backdrop, but it doesn't look like it works that well, and I can't see what's going on. So that's what people are saying in reference to that, but there are multiple articles of Alvarez coming out and saying that the claims were false, and then he had met up with Drake after dinner. So I don't really know what the point of that is. And this part of Ebony Prince's narrative to expose Drake seems like he may be running out of fun ideas. He's still fucking posting videos, the same screenshot being cryptic after all this is over. I mean, these are both like $200 weapons. This is nothing to brag about or be proud of in any way. Oh, maybe the ammo was BB pellets. Maybe that's what it is. Pellets from a shotgun. Maybe that's what it is. I think that is what it is, yeah. Because they're very small. They're like 17 diameter, or something like that. It's clear now that Ebony Prince is being the Riddler for views, and he's got the shirt from the first videos, and he's taking the shirt around America. I don't know what the going on, and quite frankly, it was interesting at first, and how did he get it? I don't know, but like, I don't give a at this point. It's kind of boring now. How did he get the possessions? That's still interesting. What is the symbolism? What is the meaning of all this? Probably nothing at this point. Probably nothing. As the beef has lost some traction, I don't really know what's going on. There's a bunch of internet people and random vigilantes trying to expose Drake as like a actual legit P word, but they're not doing, there's still nothing concrete whatsoever. But that's like the main narrative now that people who are
why is the entire world obsessed with pedophiles?
Like
it's weird.
They're trying super hard to paint that narrative. And the end of the Heart Part 6.
I get it, it's a terrible thing, but
Drake
you guys
mentioned
fixate on
Epstein and he mentioned Millie Bobby Brown, which is a really weird look to mention two things first that nobody else mentioned and draw attention. Like it's kind of bizarre. It's kind of really bizarre to mention those things. It's weird. Really weird, dude. Very odd. Jeffrey Epstein.
Speaking of anything with a child, let's get to that now. This Epstein angle was the shit I expected.
If I'm alive, why aren't my pants on fire? Misdirected. Dude, I don't. It's so bad. I cannot. I can just imagine him with like a heart cut into his head, thinking he's fucking killing it so hard. Surrounded by dudes who are like, yeah, just ready to get on their knees and just suck it. Suck the milk out of him. All right? Suck the milk from his ball. His one good ball. Misdirected. Why'd you bring up, you know? So yeah, huge red flag, dude. Why are you responding name dropping Millie Bobby Brown, dude?
Only fucking with Whitney's, not Millie Bobby Browns. I never looked twice at no teenager.
What you're saying this to say he isn't a pedo? And he says, I never look twice at no teenager, and then talking about Millie? That's backfired massively. That makes you look really, really, really fucking weird, dude. That's some strange things to say. Get it? Yeah! Press the like button. Bro, open Pandora's box in people trying to figure out connections between him and Millie Bobby Brown and their bizarre ass relationship that has been documented online, which is fucking weird. And that raises a lot more questions. In the last video, we mentioned the interview with Millie in which she said that she'd text back and forth with Drake and Heimer, and they would talk about missing each other and planning on hanging out.
What about your relationship with Drake? Tell me about your friendship. How did this all come about?
I love him. I met him in Australia, and he's honestly so fantastic and a great friend and a great role model. You know, we just texted each other the other day, and he was like, I miss you so much. I was like, I miss you more. He's coming to Atlanta, so I'm definitely gonna go and see him. I'm so excited, yeah.
You and Drake? That's awesome. That's awesome.
What advice does he give you? Like, what does he say?
About boys, he helps me.
You and Drake?
Yeah,
That's awesome.
He's great. He's wonderful. I love him.
What's his advice with boys?
You know, that stays in the text messages.
Which is not an appropriate way to talk to an adult man. Shouldn't be hanging out with a child. TBH, kind of weird. I just imagine being a father. I try to put myself, and if my daughter was talking to Drake, I'd be like, hey, let's not do that. I would look at all the ways that children have been ruined by Hollywood that are easily, like, you can just look it up. It's just out there. You can just look at the people and be like, oh, this is bad for children, and just not do that. I think I'd like to believe at least, but I'm not an idiot though. So maybe I would. I don't know, dude. That's really bizarre. This had been circulated quite a bit and didn't fucking pair well with the video of Drake kissing Heimering a 12-year-old. After that, prominent rapper Azealia Banks defended Drake by saying the age of consent is 17, I suppose. Legal age of consent, I don't really know. Yeah. Then they throw Joe Biden into the mix. By the way, the Secretary of State of Ohio said that Joe Biden wouldn't be appearing on the ballot, which is wild. All right, wild. That's definitely not going to happen, but that's some crazy shit we're going through. This is going to be the most toxic election in the history of all elections. Well, probably not. In the history of American elections, maybe. In the remembered history of American elections, maybe. I don't really know how shit was a long time ago, but people used to die a lot. So it probably wasn't that toxic, comparatively speaking, of course. Azealia deleted this, by the way, I assume due to backlash, because she's protecting a guy who, she's just saying, the age of consent is 16. Oh, all right. Okay, and then Joe Biden and her, the journal, that, I mean, this is just a rotten hole we're looking into right now. What the f? It's best to stay out of that. Now, the reason we bring up the Azealia part is because, running the numbers, Millie was 14 when talking about her close relationship with Drake, so it's just like, you know, kind of irrelevant. God, that is weird. Holy shit. Assume Azalea's talking about the girl who got kissed and stuff, but my God, that's weird. Millie was 5,324 days old at the time of saying this, which is illegal. Not really illegal. It's not what they, I'm not insinuating anything, but that is not past the age of consent. Very strange. I am personally going to stand behind the fact that I don't believe a 31-year-old man should be giving dating advice to a 14-year-old girl. Father or not. Random stranger? Definitely not. Who sings about, you know, disrespecting women on a consistent basis? Certainly not. I feel bad about even saying this. I want to blur her face, but she's like super famous and stuff. She posted, Millie Bobby Brown posted in 2017 a picture that Drake had took of her when she was 13. This is even earlier. God, that's weird. Picture credits Drake. Why, bro? Why, dude? What the does Drake lack a serious amount of self-awareness? Are you hanging out with children? Never look twice at a minor unless you're taking photos of them for the gram. What? What are you talking about? This is so weird. Drake was right. He doesn't look twice. He never stopped looking the first time. Clever. Clever. Very clever. A clever dig at possible alleged P-word Drake. Very clever. A very clever dig indeed. Mr. Bobby also invited Drake to be +1 or vice versa at a Netflix event, which is also weird. I get Dick for a sick second. Joel starts a juke, and I'm so excited to catch a show. Love you. By the way, none of this is Millie Bobby Brown's fault, right? This is Drake. Drake is an adult man, shouldn't be doing any of this stuff. This is really, really, really weird. She probably looked up to Drake. That's the most likely thing, and she idolized him, and he's like a guy and stuff, and all this shit. But by God, I tell you what, very, very, very not good. Bad look. Bad circumstances. Not a great look, man. Come on. There's no way to defend this. Really strange. Regardless of anything, you know. No implication. No illegal activity. Nothing along those lines. You still shouldn't do this. That's really fucking weird. Come on, man. People just need mentors in the world, man. They just need mentors in the world, man. Come on, man. Yeah, maybe. You might be right about that, but like, not Drake. What are you talking about? What does Drake know? All this shit is clear evidence that contradicts Drake's lyrics in the Heart Part 6 where he says, I don't with Millie Bobby Brown. Bro, you obviously did, bro. You taking pictures of her, giving her jackets and shit. I don't know what that means specifically, like the details of that, but like, you absolutely love chilling with her at the very least, and that's fucking weird. That's really fucking weird. Hey, Drake, there was another girl on the show, Natalia Dyer, who was 20 at the time, 21 years old at the time. Maybe hang out with her. She loves you, bro. She loves you. You don't gotta hang out with the 13-year-old. You don't have to. It's either you don't have to hang out with 13-year-olds. Like, you do, that's not a thing you have to do. You're Drake. You can hang out with whoever you want, and that can be people who aren't 13-year-old children. Anyways, guys, Drake has had a metaphorical gun pointed to his head for a while now, and by talking about Epstein and Millie Bobby Brown in his last diss, he's kind of pulled the metaphorical trigger and changed, like, just he's gone from condition 4, depending on the make of the weapon, to condition 1 to firing the weapon, all on his own. Like, it's over. It's over. It's weird. He just looks like a freak. BBL Drizzy. The end.
Elden Ring sold 12 million copies in just 17 days, making it one of the best-selling games of all time. It received a score of 96 on Metacritic, making it one of the best reviewed games of all time, and while it may not have happened yet, it's hardly a bold prediction to say that Elden Ring will win the majority of Game of the Year awards for 2022, and maybe even more honours beyond that. This is a level of success that is undeniable. Elden Ring is easily one of the most successful new IPs in gaming history, and if you measure success by both critical and commercial metrics, you could argue it is the most successful. This game's legacy shall be writ in gold, and it will leave its mark on the industry for many years to come. And Elden Ring is a good game. From Software have established themselves as perhaps the best developer of the modern era, and they are on an incredible run of producing hit game after hit game in a time when so many other big names have become more notable for their failures than successes. And I love From Software, but I still found Elden Ring to be disappointing. That may not sound all that remarkable. After all, you can't sell millions of copies without making a few people disappointed. But it's not just that I didn't enjoy my time with this game quite as much as I was hoping, but instead that I think From Software have lost their way and forgotten what once made their games so special. In fact, I think the player base might have done the same, and strange as it might sound, I even think the player base might be partly to blame. This video has 3 main sections, focusing on the open world, the difficulty, and the story. And the name of both sections might give you an indication of what they'll be about. Still, I can't promise that every point raised within this video is completely unique. This game has been out for a while, and I'm sure a lot of people have said a lot of things. What I can say is that the main argument I'm making is not something I've heard anyone else voice, and yet to me, it feels like something that needs to be said. Now, you don't have to watch this video. I've been upfront about what it's about, and I think people should make up their own opinions on games, and that people should think for themselves.
I don't care that he doesn't like Elden
Although,
Ring.
I guess that's a little bit of a spoiler. Speaking of spoilers, there will be plenty for Elden Ring, as well as several for Dark Souls and some minor references to other From Software games. And with that out of the way, let's get into it. I don't want to give the impression that I hate this game, so before getting into my main criticisms, it seems only fair to acknowledge some of the ways Elden Ring is superior to other From Software titles. In many ways, Elden Ring is like Dark Souls, but rather than taking its familiar formula and trying to polish it to perfection, Elden Ring instead seems to be about exaggerating it to grandness. This game is huge. Previous titles weren't small, but Elden Ring still manages to dwarf them, while consistently impressing with its unrivaled sense of grandeur, which is supported by the game's art style, soundtrack, enemy design, map size, architecture, weapon variety, boss quantity, and more. And ultimately, this ends up being one of the main qualities that gives Elden Ring its own identity. Dark Souls and Demon Souls had much more grounded settings, and their specific flavour of fantasy was overwhelmingly dark. But Elden Ring is more high fantasy, and its use of rich, vibrant colours alongside diverse locations with an often imposing sense of scale is, at its best, absolutely jaw-dropping, and it is often at its best. Some might argue that other games are more graphically impressive on a technical level, but to me, overall graphical fidelity means little when compared to a game's art direction, and in this aspect, Elden Ring might be the most visually impressive game I have ever played. Exploring this world feels like stepping into a painting, but unlike a painting, it also offers the player freedom to go wherever you see. From Software have always excelled at creating impressive sights, but this is the first time players aren't artificially limited by the edges of the game's levels. You can go anywhere. Your journey is fully seamless, and when you do get to one of the game's denser, more traditionally structured locations, you always have a sense of how each one fits into the world, enhancing their contextual meaning. To go alongside this freedom to explore, Elden Ring also provides the player with more tools than ever before. The star of the show is the familiar stamina-based combat system, and this is still a very combat-focused game, but within this combat, the player now has more options, and no playstyle seems to have been completely overlooked. Shield users get guard counters to provide a new offensive option, dual wielding returns with its own dedicated attack animations, jumping offers new offensive and potentially defensive combat actions, Spirit Ashes offer a strong enhancement for anyone who doesn't want to tackle all the game's challenges alone, a stealth system now exists and can sometimes be useful, enemies, including some bosses, can be stance broken, giving the player a chance to critically hit them, and providing a reward for player aggression and using heavy attacks. Ashes of War give individual weapons greater flexibility and allow for more experimentation, while providing non-magic users some flashy magic-like abilities to spend FP on. Magic users themselves